butterfly to what you admire. Only you can hinder you from truly reaching triumph. I'm destined for greatness because I imagine that. My skin light, but baby, I am blacker than black. I got a mean code switch voice for work type black. I'm so black that my pale teacher called me a nigga in the middle of class. And I just sat back and laughed because that word don't make me boo. It makes you miserable. Don't gotta go to the circus to know it's clowns in there. Honeybee, you deserve all you desire. So fly away, black butterfly, to what you admire. Only you can hinder you from truly reaching triumph. I'm destined for greatness because I imagine that. My skin light, but baby, I am blacker than black. I got a mean code switch voice for work type black. I'm so black that my pale teacher called me a nigga in the middle of class. And I just sat back and laughed because that word don't make me boo. It makes you miserable. Don't gotta go to the circus to know it's clowns in there.
We Grand Rising.
Rich Rise. Today of all days, I really dig. You ain't got to go to the circus to know there's clowns in it. Because
Okay.
today is that day, honey. Ooh, Rich Rise to the chat.
Hubby's in the building. Hey, hubby. We got Joe's in the building. Hey, Average Joe, Mr. Lamar, Lady Still, Peace Queen, and hey, Vicky. How y'all doing?
So some breaking news that just happened in court. Apparently, Eligio demanded that his attorney be fired in open court this morning. It's rising. So I'm sure it's a mess inside the courtroom right now. But yesterday, hearing Kendra's testimony, hearing True Aaron's testimony, hearing the cult expert's testimony, I knew this was coming. I knew Eligio is feeling the pressure and the heat. And I knew he was gonna start fighting Mr. Booker Child. I knew it.
Like I told you, he's trying to do anything and everything to get himself a mistrial.
Mm-hmm.
And we ain't going. And the judge better not go either. He better sit down. Now, I know you can require or request new counsel, but I don't know if you can do that. Like, you can request new counsel at any time, but I don't know what the stipulations are behind that.
In open court, sis?
I don't know. I don't know.
That motherfucker, I can see it now, girl. I can see it. That motherfucker stood up and said, "Excuse me, Your Honor. I want to fire my attorney right now." He got all these people up here on the stand talking about me, and he ain't answering them the right questions.
Where's all the objections? I'm sure he was there wanting to slap the table, do the most.
I've got a list of questions written down, and this man ain't asked one of them.
I'm sure at this point, why he just didn't represent himself?
Right? Is that going to be his next move?
As much as a shit show this
is he going to pull a Daryl Brooks?
Right. That's what I'm getting. Oh, gosh. Well, let's watch a little recap together. This isn't about the court outburst. I'm sure we'll get that footage soon enough. But this is just a recap from Court TV. Yesterday, Bishop, I guess they, what is it called? Got him not his testimony, but his investigation, his interview.
Yeah.
Whatever interview he had with the police. We get to hear a little snippet of it. So we're going to play some of that. Then we're going to cue up Syrian. Another ex-member takes the stand yesterday and describes some pretty horrific incidents. And then we also have a victim expert testimony, right? Is it a victim expert? And there was snippets of Velvet. There's only half. You said it was the defense or was it the prosecutor?
It sounded like Mr. Booker.
Okay,
the little bit I watched, because I'm just trying to, make sure we got what we got, and I didn't listen to it in its entirety, but at the beginning, it sounds like Mr. Booker asking, saying hello and blah, blah, blah.
We are, ladies. So we're going to recap whatever little ducks we have in a row. Yes, 504. Hey, Mod Squad. 504. It is a lot going on. Okay. People out here trying to fight outside the courthouse. They're side quests. But we'll get into that later. Right now, let's just get into what we've got right now.
Please hit the like. Thank you.
Trial we've been following out of Georgia. We're calling it the polygamous cult leader trial. And the defendant is Eligio Bishop. He's charged with raping a woman who wanted to leave his religious group called the Carbon Nation. Let's take a look back on this case. Court TV anchor Ted Rowlands has the background.
In this video, I will be teaching you how to think. And I know a lot of people are already saying, mind control.
The alleged cult leader of Carbon Nation, Eligio Nature Boy Bishop, was arrested after a former cult member claimed he posted revenge porn after she left him.
But truly, I'm a really sweet person. If they want to crucify me, they want me dead. They're going to hate around me. They're still it. That's like any other prophet. Only me, I'm the return of Christ.
Carbon Nation is a polygamous group that believes in nudism, sexual education, veganism, and that members hand over all financial information to their leader, Eligio Bishop. He has amassed significant followings on YouTube and Instagram. A former member of his group spoke with an Atlanta news station.
He literally held me hostage. He took all of my identification, my passport, my birth certificate, my social, my bank cards, everything, you name it.
Court documents claim in March of 2022, Bishop raped one of his members after refusing to let her leave. He then posted, the allegation says, the videos onto his social media pages.
So it's like, lock up all the real men, or all the dominant males. Let's lock them all up. You know what? I still forgive her.
Bishop is charged with rape, false imprisonment, and 3 charges of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions. He's pled not guilty, claiming she consented to participating in the sexual acts and has never held anyone against their will.
I want to apologize if I offended anybody in any kind of way. I said it, the truth, in the wrong way. I stand by everything that I stand by.
Earlier today, the jury heard from Eligio Bishop in the form of a police interview that he gave after the charges against him that involve a former member of his cult Carbon Nation. But according to Bishop, who refers to himself as a god, the act was consensual and done for educational purposes.
I have a video showing how we did it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when she's incomplete, she's like literally going through the spiritual journey. It's a spiritual video, like showing that the vagina, like it was really like an educational thing, right? And so I have the whole footage, like literally, like, and when she left, she was mad, and then she just flipped on me and said revenge porn. Because what happened was on my Twitter, when she left, I thought she wanted to leave. I was like, oh, fuck. So when she left, it was still on Twitter. So she said, she didn't ask me, she didn't call me, say, can you take that down? Because we did that together, can you take that down? She didn't do that. She just said revenge porn. And I know it's my haters, you know, saying, you should get on this. They're literally doing everything they can to put me in jail.
Well, let's bring back in Wendy Patrick, who is standing by, prosecutor, trial attorney, and author. Wendy, this is a unique type of trial for us to cover here on Court TV. We do have other cases that involve people in alleged cults. We have a man here who had a lot of female followers, and his defense, you even see him nodding along with this statement that he made about people hating him, people coming against him just because they don't like what he's doing, and this is all for education. How do you go about educating a jury on a world that they are not familiar with when we hear the term cult?
Right. Julia, your skepticism is well founded because we are very skeptical when we not only hear the term cult, but hear that any sexual activity was done for educational purposes. This is a world those jurors don't live in. And this is why expert witnesses make the big bucks, is they have to come in and try to explain. And by expert, let's put that word in quotes, because it can be anybody with experience in this kind of background. It can be somebody that's been in a cult or has studied it or teaches it at the local university, or is an expert witness testifying as to the interpersonal dynamics that overcome the will and the persuasion of cult members. And that appears to be part of the narrative here. But at the end of the day, those jurors go home to their own lives, and they do carry the burden of trying to make a decision in a world that they know nothing about, and where terms like the word cult are so loaded personally, professionally, politically, and not in a positive fashion.
That's very much true. We are going to be following the evidence as this jury continues to hear it and bring you updates.
Okay, so that's just a little snippet. We got to hear Bishop talking to the police, giving his little interview. So we did see y'all, Bishop did fire his attorney. Okay. I'm looking up to see how true that is. But so far from what we heard, Bishop did fire his attorney. We're gonna move right along though, because that's what we came to do.
Just to speak on what we just saw for a second, the last part, what Eligio's uh interview, what that didn't, whatever. I knew he was gonna say that shit, but the blonde-haired lady, her perspective was really interesting to me because she was telling you how the jury is going to look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not, like she said, they're not used to cult, and they're not used to that verbiage and all of those types of things. When they think cult, they think Jim Jones.
Mm-hmm.
They think Charles Manson.
Or they think of the Mormons, or they think of the Jehovah Witness, or they think of the
Mhm.
Nexium, or they think of Scientologist.
Right. So this is going this is a we have to keep reminding ourselves, I think, out loud, that just because we see the nails in the coffin doesn't mean the jury is.
Oh,
But
I keep that at my front. That's in
Mhm.
when I'm receiving all this, I'm trying my best. We discuss this over and over again, and I know people are getting in their feelings and people are getting wound up, but you're not a juror and you're not a judge.
Mhm.
Just because you've been following Bishop for 12 years doesn't mean that everything you know, these people, we can't operate that way. And well, at least I'm not.
Right.
Okay. Like I said, there's moments on here where I cringe. I think Sheba has had the best damning testimony towards Bishop.
Mhm. I do
Uh,
too.
Now I do enjoy that the men came up on the test on the stand and gave their little spiel. But as far as gripping and emotionally charging a juror or getting them to hear a little bit more, I think Sheba presented that. But that's just me.
I think so too. I think she did well at painting a picture of who Eligio is, and I think she did well at corroborating the victim's story as much as she could from her standpoint.
Yep, me too.
She did really well. She she corroborated her story on the wet hair shower. She
Hmm.
corroborated her story a lot. So to me, I think where we're moving on to Syrian's next, or Brittany is her name, maybe her real name.
Hmm.
Uh, Maybe hers is going to put the second nail, because I think, to me, Solar didn't put one nail in the coffin in a sense of he did that,
Hmm.
what he's accused of. I think Aaron so far he started, and I think Kendra drove that motherfucker now.
Well, I think Solar, like I said yesterday, I think Solar did a good job of showing the spectrum of a cult.
Mhm.
You're going to get some Looney Tunes. Brianna, thank you, Sky Blue. Brianna.
Thank you.
So
So
you're gonna get both sides of the spectrum, and that needs to be showcased. I'm glad Solar was first to get it in and get it out. Okay,
right.
so he could be not rememberable as the other ones. What's up, Shree
Thank
Bear?
thank you.
Bear, my
What's
baby.
up, Tree? Yes, we at first we was fussing. Um, First we was fussing, but I'm glad they put Courtney's no good ass up first.
Mhm.
Hallelujah.
We were fussing, but Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas needed to come in and come right on out. That's what needed to happen.
And this, excuse me, you guys, this testimony is audio only because they don't show victims on camera. So there
Correct.
will be no visuals
Visual.
other than a banner. So get you some headphones and get comfy. I don't think this one's that long though.
Okay, Shree Bear, thank you for sharing, my love. Thank you. I
Rest well, boo.
was thinking about taking a nap today too, wasn't I, Godmama?
Mm-hmm.
About a Tuesday nap. All right, y'all, let's come over here and let's listen to, uh, gosh, another unfortunate event. Shout out to Nick at Night, Queen Nick at Night. Thank you, Queen.
Left her, you know, I'll let her tell you the testimony, but I just kind of wanted to break it down. Being that she is a victim of alleged R word in this case, they're not showing her, so you will not be able to see her face or her name or anything like that. So all of those things will be redacted. So what you will be able to do, however, is hear the audio, and if you know or if you can put two and two together, then hey, that is what it is. But I'm just going to follow in accordance and do it that way. So let's get into it.
Yes, sir, I do.
And when did you first learn about Mr. Bishop?
In around February 2017,
And how old would you have been at that point?
19.
How did you learn about him?
I came across one of his videos on Facebook.
Okay. And what was going on in your life at that time?
Um, at the time, I was on like a spiritual journey, seeking, basically like on a spiritual journey.
Okay. And where were you living at that point?
At that point, I was in North Carolina.
What were your impressions of the video that you saw online of Mr. Bishop?
At the time, since I was in a space of seeking and spirituality, his teachings resonated with me at the time.
How so?
Just natural living, connecting to nature, being vegan. It was all things that I was aligning with at the time in my life.
And when did you leave home to go and stay with the group for the first time?
April of 2017.
About 3 months after you first started seeing the videos?
Yes.
And how long did you stay that first time?
The first time I stayed for 2 days.
And where was the group at that point?
They were in Costa Rica.
Did you ever go back?
I did.
And how long between when you left the first time to when you went back, I guess, when you went there for the second time, how long did you stay out of the group?
3 years.
You're good, ladies, still. For those of y'all who don't know or are just coming in, this is an ex-Carbon Nation member. She was only with the tribe physically for about a week. Yes, but she had a very, she had a horrendous experience while there. So that's why she is on the stand.
So it would have been, was it sometime in 2020 when you went back?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what month?
Around the same time, April of 2020.
Okay. So would you have been about 22 at that point?
Yes.
And what was going on in your life in those 3 years between the first time you went and when you went back?
Around the same thing. Since
At the time, I wasn't a part of the group, but I was still following the teachings, watching the videos, and keeping up with everything that was going on in the group. So I was still on this spiritual journey and wanting to live in community.
And what drew you back to them?
I formed a relationship with one of the members.
Okay. And what was that person's name?
Mente in the group, his actual name is Jacob.
Okay. And was
And we're back in third quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this project
your peace reflection. Welcome back.
person relationship at first, or was that over the internet, or how did you all communicate?
It was over the internet.
And was Jacob a part of the group?
Yes.
And when you rejoined the group in 2020, where were they located?
In Atlanta, Georgia.
And about how many people were there?
Maybe 15, 20. I'm not really sure the exact number, but at least 20 or at least 15. Yeah.
And when you got there, I guess, how did you get from North Carolina to Atlanta?
I was actually living in Atlanta at the time.
Okay.
When I joined the second time.
Okay. And so or I guess once you joined, what was that like? What were your first impressions?
Everyone was very welcoming. My first impressions the second time were like it was a good vibe. Like everything was good at first.
And how was before you joined the second time, did you really have a relationship with Mr. Bishop himself?
No.
And when you joined in 2020, what were your impressions of Eligio Bishop?
My impressions. That he was the leader of the group, and that was my impressions.
Okay, and when you got there, were there rules?
Yes.
What were some of the rules?
One of the first rules for me is I wasn't allowed to speak to my partner at the time. We weren't allowed to be in a relationship.
And was that Jacob?
Yeah.
And where did that rule come from?
From Mr. Bishop.
And how were these rules enforced?
We weren't allowed to talk virtually or in person.
What were the sleeping arrangements? Do you remember?
Everyone was dispersed. I was sleeping upstairs in the house that we were at on the floor by his room.
Okay. And if someone didn't like a rule or didn't agree with it, were they able to say no?
No.
What would happen if you did?
You would have to leave. There would be meetings. I've seen people in closets. There was different. It really depended on the time and what was going on at the time.
And what was Mr. Bishop known by?
Babaji. That was his name when I was there.
Okay.
Yeah. And at a certain time, he wanted us to call him. I know there was Chief, and then, yeah.
How did the defendant refer to the world outside of the group?
Babylon, hell.
And were you able to maintain communication with family and friends on the outside?
There was only one time, but it was because of resources, to get resources.
When you say resources, what do you mean?
Money.
Judge, this might be an appropriate time for the limiting instruction pertaining to 413.
Yep.
ladies and gentlemen, sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose or for some counts and not others. Such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose and only for the counts for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. In order to prove its case in count 1 rape, the state has offered evidence of other offenses of sexual assault allegedly committed by the accused. You are permitted to consider that evidence for its bearing on any matter to which you find it to be relevant. The defendant is on trial for the offenses charged in this bill of indictment only, and not for any other acts, even though such acts may incidentally be criminal. Before you may consider any other alleged acts, you must first determine whether the accused committed the other alleged acts and whether such acts were in fact acts of sexual assault. If so, you must then determine whether the acts shed any light on the elements of the crimes charged in the indictment in this trial. Such evidence is at most supporting evidence of some issues and may not by itself be the basis of conviction for the case on trial. By giving this instruction, the court in no way suggests to you that the defendant has or has not committed any other acts, nor whether such acts, if committed, prove anything. This is solely a matter for your determination. Go ahead.
Brianna, did anything happen that during your time in the group that made you believe the defendant had developed a sexual interest in you?
At a certain point, yes.
And about how long after you went back did you start to notice that?
Right before I left. So I think it was like at month 5 or 6.
Okay. And was the group still in Atlanta at that point?
No, we were in Mexico, in Cancun, Mexico.
Okay. And did you share the defendant's interest for a sexual relationship?
No.
And were you able to express your feelings to the defendant?
We never had that type of relationship to where it was, I never wanted to be in a relationship with him because I was already in one.
Okay. Did you talk about that with Mr. Bishop?
No, at the time, all the women were put in a position where we were separated from the men, and he claimed that we all had to be his wife. So there wasn't really a conversation, it was more so he made it that way.
And did he ever act on his sexual interest in you?
Yes.
And where were you all at that point?
In Cancun, Mexico.
And what was the living situation in Cancun?
We were in an Airbnb, all the women with him, and then all the men were in another one.
Okay. And what happened?
So it was at a time where he wanted us to approach him a certain way by calling him my king. There was a time where I was called to the room and I didn't approach him the way he wanted me to, so he made me do squats, which was kind of like a punishment if you were out of line. And he made one of his wives leave the room, and from there, it led to him raping me.
And so one of his wives, what was that person's name? Do you know?
Velvet.
And so Velvet left the room, and what happened next?
The door was closed, and then he came on to me.
What did he do?
He raped me angrily.
And when Velvet left the room, were your clothes on?
Yes.
And did they stay on?
I don't remember.
Okay. And once she left, where were you in the room?
I was standing by the door at first, and then after she left is when he called me over to him.
Okay. And what did he called you? Where was he?
He was laying on the bed at first.
Okay. And so he called you over. What happened after that?
I recall him asking me to give him oral, And then that led to him, I don't remember giving him oral or anything, but I remember him asking me, and then he got up off the bed, and then we ended up near the bathroom. And that's when the situation happened.
Okay. Near the bathroom, like on the floor or standing up?
On the floor.
And so at that point, what did you said the situation happened, and I'm sorry, but you had to, like, what did he do to your body?
He penetrated me anally.
Overruled.
So you can answer the question, Brown.
He penetrated me anally.
And what were you doing at that point?
I feel like I was shut down at the moment. It was a time where he just separated me from my relationship, and I had just also, it was like a lot of tension in the house because I had also just witnessed the women jumping another woman, and yeah, in that moment, I feel like I had shut down.
And were you injured as a result of that incident?
I was.
And can you describe that?
I was ripped.
And did you seek the assistance of any of the other members to treat those injuries?
I did. It was a moment after it happened that I went to the bathroom because I was in pain and bleeding. I'm not sure exactly which women came to help me, but there was a few that looked at it for me, and they confirmed that I was ripped.
Did you feel in that moment like you could say no to Mr. Bishop?
No, that's what I was referring to as far as I felt like I shut down in that moment when it was happening.
What do you think would have happened if you had tried to say no?
Well, if I'm now considered his wife, I really didn't know what to expect. I just know based off of how he's treated the other women that were his wives, that if they were not to submit to him, that it would end up in some type of abuse. So that's just the mindset that I had in the moment.
After that happened, how many more days did you spend in his group?
Less than a week.
And did you report anything to the Mexican authorities?
No.
Did you report anything to authorities here in America?
Not until this case started.
I could have a second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds.
That's great.
I know I've been...
Please hit the like. Thank you.
Get your justice, girl. All right, so the court just muted the audio. I mean, that is just...
Money coming to me easily. Money coming in and needing me. Money coming in repeatedly. Money coming, it's just money coming. It's just money coming to me frequently. Money coming in to be with me. Money coming in secretly. Money coming, it's just money coming. It's just
Women, are you referring to Velvet?
Velvet, mainly Velvet and Malia.
That's all the questions there.
Cross.
Judge, good day, Ms. Jacobs. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right, my name is Robert Booker. I represent Mr. Bishop. Just a couple questions for you. All right, so I think you indicated on your direct examination that February 2017 that you were on a spiritual journey and that you went to Puerto Rico? Where did you go in February 2017?
In Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. And that was the first time you met Mr. Bishop, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where were they staying in Costa Rica?
At an Airbnb.
Okay, where?
When I first got there, they were traveling to different waterfalls, so we were at a water. When I arrived, we went straight to where they were at a waterfall.
How
they were camping there.
Sorry, court reporter. All right, I have to say something. Be quiet, let you talk, and vice versa. That way, the court reporter is not mad at both of us. All right, so you went and stayed at an Airbnb in Costa Rica.
Yes.
Okay, and there were other people there.
Yes.
How did you get there?
I flew there.
You flew there. Where'd you fly from?
North Carolina.
Okay, and who paid for you to go?
One of the former members.
And who was that?
Philip Goss.
Philip who?
Philip Goss.
Oh, so Philip Goss paid for you to go to Costa Rica.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And when you got there, you said you joined. What do you mean by join? Was there something to sign, or you just by showing up you joined?
By showing up, I joined.
Okay. All right. And so you guys, did they meet you at the airport?
It wasn't Nick. It was just Philip.
Oh, just
Philip. He came to get me from the airport, and then we went to where they were.
Okay. Which was an Airbnb.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no, we weren't at the Airbnb yet. We went straight to where they were camping.
Okay. To a camping location.
Yes.
Okay. And then later was an Airbnb.
Yes.
How long were you there in Costa Rica?
For the all together, a month, but with the group, only 2 days.
So you were in Costa Rica for a month. So if it was a 30-day month, 28 days, you were away from them, and 2 days you were with them?
Yeah.
Okay. Where were you at for the other 28 days?
I was at one of my friends' land.
Who?
Her name is Blakely. She's somebody that I had met, and she had land in Costa Rica.
Okay, so for 28 days of the month, you're with Blakely, your friend who you just met and went to Costa Rica to see.
No, I originally went to Costa Rica to join the group, but when I got there, he mentioned that I wasn't ready, so I ended up leaving to go to Blakely's.
Who was he?
Mr. Bishop.
So he, essentially, you were not able to join the group because he told you you couldn't.
Yes.
Okay, so you get there, you can't join the group, go somewhere else, you stay somewhere else.
Yes.
Okay, so you're there 2 days.
Yes.
2 days and 2 nights, or 3 days and 2 nights, or how?
2 days, 2 nights.
Okay, so if you got there on a Monday morning, you stayed there all day Monday, all day Tuesday, and left on a Wednesday. Does that sound right? Okay, so you're there 2 days, so 48 hours basically, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what did y'all do for those 2 days?
Like I said, we were at the waterfall for the first day.
Sorry.
And then after that, we went to the Airbnb. I just recall having a meeting. In that meeting, it was decided that I wasn't to stay.
Okay, so in the 1 day that you were at the Airbnb, you were in a meeting where it was decided that, hey, this girl can't be here. You went somewhere else.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And that was your time in Costa Rica. You left after that. Where'd you go to?
After Costa Rica?
Yes, ma'am.
I went to California
to work. What were you doing in California?
I worked on a farm there.
On a farm there. Did you have family there?
No.
Did you stay in contact with your family?
Kinda not. At the time I wasn't close to my family.
Okay, so you were not talking to your family in California for the most part?
No.
Okay. Your mom and dad didn't know where you were?
They knew where I was, yes.
Okay. But you didn't stay in contact with them on a regular basis?
No.
Okay. And how long were you in California for?
At least a year.
Okay, so approximately a year. Okay,
Yes.
When is the next time that you get in contact with Eligio Bishop and this group of people after that?
I'm pretty sure there was some type of contact in between going back. I just don't recall, but for sure it was in 2020.
Okay, and where were they at in 2020?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, and how long were you with them in 2020?
Almost 6 months.
Okay, and was that all here in Atlanta?
No.
Where else did you spend time at?
We were in Hawaii, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and Mexico.
Okay, Hawaii, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and Mexico. Okay. And that was all over a 6-month time frame.
Yes.
How long were you in Hawaii for?
Just I can't remember. I think like a week because we ended up in jail.
Okay. A week? All of you?
Maybe a week and a few days. Yeah.
Okay. All of you went to jail?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Las Vegas, how long were you there?
A few months.
A few months.
I don't know the exact numbers.
Okay. Less than 6 months, obviously, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about in Los Angeles? How long were you there?
Just a few weeks.
A few weeks. And in Mexico?
I was there maybe 2 weeks.
Maybe 2 weeks. Okay. And was Mr. Bishop with you guys all that time?
Yes.
Everybody was together?
Yes.
Okay. And your living arrangements in Hawaii, how did you live there?
In Hawaii, at first we were in an Airbnb.
Okay, so in Hawaii you were in an Airbnb?
Yes.
Okay. And was it, how many people were there in Hawaii?
Like 20.
20? So 20 people in an Airbnb?
Yes.
Okay. Males and females?
Yes.
Okay. All in one big place?
Yes.
Okay. And Las Vegas, 20 people as well?
Yes.
How were you staying there?
We all lived in one house together.
One house. Everybody, all males and females in the same house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What about Los Angeles?
We lived in an apartment there.
20 people in an apartment?
Yeah.
Sounds like some tight living.
It was.
It was. Okay. All right. And in Mexico?
That's when we were separated. We had 2 different houses for the women and then the men.
One for the men, women, and one for the men. But out of that 6 months, based on your testimony, only 2 weeks out of the 6 months were men and women separated, right?
At a time, I think in Atlanta, when I first got there, the men were downstairs and the women were upstairs. So
Okay.
it was kind of like that.
It would be hard to do that in an apartment with 20 people, right?
We weren't separated then.
Okay.
We were allowed to be with our partners.
Okay.
Or in our relationship at the time.
Okay. So in Hawaii and in Las Vegas, you were allowed to be with your partner as well?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't, other than the time here in Atlanta or the 2 weeks that were in Mexico, that it was not allowed to be with your partner?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, prior to this case it being ever heard of, you had never given a statement to law enforcement, had you?
No.
You'd never been interviewed by law enforcement before?
No.
You never made a police report?
No.
You never let anybody know your involvement with this group at all, right?
Not as far as the law enforcement, no.
Okay. And so after the 6 months that you spent between Hawaii, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Mexico, and Atlanta in 2020, was that the only time you spent around the group?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, the state asked you what would happen if people disagreed with Mr. Bishop, and your response was that they would have to leave, or there would be meetings, or sometimes you saw people in closets, is what I wrote down that you said. So if people were in disagreement, it was a hit the bricks, get out? Based on your statement?
There would always be a meeting first. It wasn't like a right away thing.
Okay. All right.
I feel like in the meetings, it was discussed whether or not it was appropriate for someone to leave.
Okay. And then the response was, if it didn't work out in the meetings, they were going to leave. Is that correct?
It really depended on who the person was.
Okay, depending on the person. Okay. And so based on the meeting would determine whether or not the person would left or whether or not they were going to be begged to stay or anything along those lines. Is that fair to say? Okay. All right. You indicated that in Cancun, Mexico, that your statement to the district attorney was that Mr. Bishop or anally raped you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in Mexico, you indicated that you were there for about 2 weeks. That was the last 2 weeks you were around the group, right?
Yes.
This was an Airbnb. Was it, describe the Airbnb for me? What did it look like?
It was an apartment. You walked in, there was stairs to the left, and then there was a balcony. I just remember the stairs going up, there's a balcony, and then there's an outside area. think that's all I really remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you say an apartment, are you talking like a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment?
How many bedrooms? I think it was like 3 bedrooms.
A 3-bedroom apartment in Mexico.
Yes.
Okay. How many people were staying in each bedroom?
It was just the women, so maybe there was like 6, 7 of us.
Okay. And the men were staying outside?
They were at another Airbnb.
Oh, so the men were in a separate apartment?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so you indicated that in this apartment, who was there on the day that this happened to you outside of yourselves?
Just the women and Mr. Bishop.
Okay. And who were the women that were in the group at that time?
You want me to say names?
Yes, ma'am.
Honor, Aya, Malia, Eferu, that's all.
Okay. Eferu, E-F-U-R. Okay. So I'm going to repeat those people back to you. Honor is a female?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Aya.
And Zoka, sorry.
And Zoka? Okay. So Velvet, Honor, Aya, Malia, Eferu, and Zoka were all there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so they wanted, Mr. Bishop, according to your testimony, wanted people to approach him as king?
Yes.
Right? And so is this apartment, are all the bedrooms on the same floor?
Yes.
Okay, so was everybody around when he told you, hey, don't approach me in whatever way you said that you didn't?
Only person that was around at this time was Velvet. Everyone else was either in downstairs or wherever, like another room.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not including yourself or Mr. Bishop. So 9 people in a 3-bedroom apartment. And the only person around for this was who?
Velvet.
Velvet. Okay. All right. And where was this located? On the 2nd floor of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And Velvet and Mr. Bishop were in a bedroom together?
Yes.
Okay. And you came inside the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Where was he sitting in the bedroom?
He was sitting on the bed.
On the bed. All right. And so why did Velvet leave the room?
Because he asked her to.
He said, hey, Velvet, get out here. You can go.
Yeah.
Is that right? And you come in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. Do you close the door, leave the door open? What do you do when you get into the room?
She closes the door.
She closes the door behind you. Okay. All right. And she obviously will remember this as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so she closed the door. Does this room have a bathroom in it?
It does.
Okay.
It was like an open, like the bathroom's inside the room.
Okay. All right. And so Mr. Bishop, is he on the bed standing up? What is he doing?
He's on the bed.
Okay. How is he dressed?
He was in a robe.
He's in a robe. What time of day is it?
Midday.
Midday.
Maybe even like around noon. I'm not sure the exact time.
Okay. All right. And so he's in a robe, and at that point, do you get undressed or he takes your clothes off?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what you were wearing?
No.
Okay. Do you remember?
I just know that for sure we mainly wore dresses and skirts. So
Okay.
it had to be one of those.
Okay. But you don't know if he took your clothes off or if you took your clothes off?
No.
Okay. Do you know if a condom was used?
No.
Okay.
No, you don't know, or no, it wasn't used?
It wasn't used.
No condom was used?
No.
Okay. And do you know if was anything said to you or did you say anything to him during that time frame?
I don't remember.
Okay.
A conversation.
You don't remember?
No.
So you don't know if you ever said, hey, don't do that to me?
No.
Okay. You don't remember conversating with him at all?
I don't remember there being a conversation.
Okay. All right. And so at that point, there is some sort of sexual act in that bedroom or bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. Do you get dressed after that?
I remember him asking me to take a shower afterwards.
Okay.
In the same bedroom.
Take a shower. Okay. And after you took a shower, What'd you do then?
I went straight to the other bathroom because I learned that I was bleeding.
Okay. And who else was in the other bedroom then?
In the bedroom?
The other bedroom.
The other.
Where you went to when you learned you were bleeding. Who was in that room with you?
It wasn't a room, it was just a bathroom.
In the other bathroom, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Who was in there?
There was nobody at first, but then I don't remember the exact women, but there was a few that came inside the bathroom to check on me.
You don't know their names?
I don't remember exactly which ones it was.
Okay. How many do you think came in?
It was like 3.
3 women? Okay. All right. And you discussed with them what had happened, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it wasn't a discussion. It was more so like they already knew what happened because I was bleeding.
Okay. So going back before that, I'm not trying to make you relive through this, but you indicated that he told you that you needed to do some squats, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you indicated that you don't know if you ever told him no or not.
No.
You don't.
No, you didn't. No, you don't remember. No, you didn't tell him that.
I didn't.
Okay, so you don't know if he knew that you wanted to do it or that you didn't want to do it, right? Because you never said anything, right?
I didn't say no.
You didn't say no?
No.
Okay. All right. And that was in 2020 during the 2 weeks that you were in Mexico?
Yes.
Now, you got married to someone that was actually in this group, correct?
I did.
And who was that?
It was Jacob.
Jacob. Okay. Was Jacob the guy that invited you down there, or that was someone else?
It was him.
Okay. So the same guy that invited you to Costa Rica?
No, he's the one who invited me while they were in Atlanta.
Okay. So a guy that invited you while they were in Atlanta in 2020, you got to know and you guys got married.
Yes.
Okay. And you're still married?
Technically, yes. We're not together though.
Okay. All right. Have you ever given any former any YouTube statements about this case?
Not on YouTube, no.
Bigo or Bijo or something like that? B-I-G-O?
I talked about it briefly on Bigo, but it wasn't like in depth or anything.
Okay. About the case?
Not about the case,
Okay.
about the situation.
About the allegation that you're making?
Yes.
When did you do that?
After leaving, it was maybe like a month or so after that.
Okay. And that's something you did online?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then the last question I have for you, do you recall testifying in a prior hearing?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall testifying in a prior hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you disagree that, let me ask you this. In the prior hearing, you testified that Mr. Bishop never told you directly or indirectly that you couldn't leave or anything along those lines. Do you disagree with that statement?
I don't disagree.
Okay, thank you.
All right, redirect.
Just one thing real quick.
Okay.
Jacob, who ended up being your husband, he left the group with you, right?
Yes.
And the two of y'all were able to find your way out of Mexico?
Yes.
And did you get married to him before or after you all left the group?
Before. It was a few couples we all got married at the same time along with Mr. Bishop.
That was in Vegas?
Yes.
August 2020?
Yes.
And that's all I had. Thank you.
All right. Is she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. You're free to go. You can remain in the courtroom. It is 20 after 12. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch.
That was interesting.
Yes, it was.
That was interesting.
Uh, go ahead, Godmother.
Just for her testimony, to me, she didn't drive it home like Sheba did. Um, she didn't say that she didn't say no. The only abuse that she went through was he made her do squats because, she wasn't in line. Um, it's unfortunate. I'm not saying that her story isn't powerful or anything, but in a jury's eyes, it's yes, the "I didn't say no" part. And she couldn't remember whether she had clothes on or whether her clothes got taken off. Like, if
Mhm.
if something that unless she's just because people go both sides on this spectrum, they either remember the smell, the taste, the air, everything, or they don't remember anything. Um
Mhm.
But, she didn't even know which women helped her, um, nothing, you know? It just wasn't giving what I needed it to give
Well,
for
like Lady still said, it's not a damning testimony. It's not. And I'm not going to take this away from any other victim that sometimes you disassociate,
Mhm.
sometimes you're not present, sometimes it's a blur, sometimes your adrenaline's running so fast that you just can't catch up,
Right.
right? So I don't want to take that away, but is it damning? No, it's not.
Mm-mm.
Looking from a jury's perspective.
No, it's very, from a jury's perspective, this is already looking like a bunch of misfit individuals that are trying to run away from society. They're trying to, neglect their responsibilities and go live with this man, under this man, and praise this man. Um,
Mhm.
they're all consensual, adults, consenting age adults. And again, she did not say, "Yes, I said, no, I don't wanna do this."
Mhm.
And
And
I remember that I don't remember the incident of, what she testified to, but her at, uh I remember her there because remember before she went there, she was with someone else, and I'm not gonna put his name on this, specific, case, but if you know, you know type of thing. But she was first with someone else, and then she came to be with him. Um, and then she went back to someone else
Mhm.
after him. And I remember, because she was a part of the group that, the lady that wrote the book, Sybil, was trying to, raise
Mhm.
to help get out of Mexico. So I remember that whole situation very well. She ended up it was rumored that she was pregnant and, there was a lot of things that, even though she said she was only there for a short period of time, which I don't wanna say she a lie, but maybe just a week or a few months seemed like eternity back then, you know what I'm saying? But she I'm I don't know. I feel like she could have testified to a whole lot more because while she was there, people were being put in closets, and all of that crazy mess.
Well, somebody's told me how Bishop will keep it separate, Godmama.
Yeah, that's
He's
true.
really big on keeping certain people out in the tents, certain people it was only at certain times was the tribe all together.
Mhm.
So,
Which makes it good for situations like this, right?
right.
Because not
That's
everybody
what
kn
it was for.
Yep.
Yes. And then turning people against each other. That
Mhm.
he would keep it separate was to keep people compartmentalized.
Right.
Salute to everybody coming in the chat. We are going to address this quickly, and then we're going to move on to more testimony. Quickly, yes, it is a free-for-all outside of Bishop's Courthouse right now. We are up to date, guys. Thank you to the chat. Thank you to the DMs. Thank you to the Mod Squad. There has been conflicting reports. Yes, the only thing I will say is that yes, Bishop did have an outburst in front of the jury about getting his lawyer fired. The conflicting report is, has Bishop decided to keep Booker, or is he moving forward with one, firing Booker, retaining a new lawyer, which would be crazy, or two, is he firing Booker and going to represent himself? This is the Bishop trial, so of course there's going to be some fuckery. That's just what it is. And we're doing our best to just stay with the court proceedings. There were some other interviews done. Ex-member with Nick at Night we wanted to kind of look at. But as far as side quests, that's not our mission. We want to stay afoot as far as the trial and what's being put on the record. All this stuff that's not on the record, I don't want to taint my mind too much with. I want to keep jury focus. Love y'all dearly. Keep doing what y'all are doing. But as far as we're not going to break and pause and interrupt testimony to address the fuckery outside the courthouse. Okay? We're just not going to do that today. All right, Godmama, are we ready? Or what else do you want to say, Lovey?
No, we're ready. I'm just sitting over here like it's in true Eligio fashion to not have a real nigga moment in court. I mean, what can we expect?
Absolutely. I wouldn't
Okay.
have it any I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm sorry. Hold on, Kiss. I told you I was going to give a little more detail about this. Hold on. Now, these are the options for his state. Hold on. I do have something pulled up. Shout out to Cuzzo. She sent it to me. She says, if you are in the middle of a court case and you want to change lawyers, you may need the court's permission. Your new lawyer may need to ask the court to delay your case for a short time to learn about the facts of the case. You may plan to ask for a lawyer referral. The second part is the party who fires their lawyer can hire a new lawyer or law firm. It happens, the new lawyer comes in, notice of substitution of counsel to let the court know, opposing lawyers know, blah, 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 blah. Then the case continues with the new lawyer. It's not mistrial. It's not your shit's getting thrown out. It's not testimonies getting redacted. It's you start where y'all left off. Now, is that a hassle? Absolutely. But Bishop is a hassle. And that's okay, baby, because we got time.
He should have did this shit after the victim testified if he wanted to do all this. Hell.
Well, who knows who was testifying at that time? Has anybody said that? Who was testifying, or was they just started court?
I think they just by timing, it seems like they just started court.
So it wasn't because Velvet already testified. Okay, so I don't know then.
Today's the day the defense starts. Defense starts.
Oh yeah, today's the day the defense starts, and he fired his attorney. Oh Lord.
Thursday. What the hell? So now the 3 blind mice are gonna hit the stand. Jackson Juju hit the stand. The real shit show starts today, everyone. The real shit show starts today. And I am here for it. Baby, I'm here for it. Because word was that he said he would even proceed in the back. He would fire his attorney and just go in the back.
And do it. Oh look, the StreamYard's sending me a notification about my here we go. StreamYard already acting up, and I got a full signal over here. Y'all, please forgive me with my sluggish look. And now that I'm talking about it, it wants to boost up. Well, good. Boost right up. I have perfect uninterrupted Wi-Fi, and yet it's Just bear with us with the screen, okay? As long as audio is good. But that's something I'm going to tweak and geek, but I won't do it this week. So we'll just have to rough through it for this week. Hi, my lovies. I see you guys. Please hit the like while you're here. And shout out to the mod squad. We see y'all. Y'all been working hard. And shout out to everybody that's been, you know what I'm saying, doing the damn thing on this court stuff. Okay, we're switching gears. We're no longer with what's her name? Nick at Night. This is from Max V. Shout out to Max V. We love you. We appreciate you getting this segment. Max V has a victims expert testimony coming up. Some white lady here. And then we have a partial of velvets. Should we do velvets first, my love? Or do you just want to rock out with the victim first?
We
The
can
victim
rock out
expert.
with the advocate.
The victim first? Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Let's see where this
Make
picks
sure
up.
y'all go show Max V some love.
Yes, I'm going to share his channel in the chat for you guys. Don't you worry about a thing. All right. And you might need to turn your volume up for this. We will be on mute for the duration of this testimony.
You swear affirm the testimony to the court to be the truth, the whole truth, but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Attorney's office.
And how long have you been in that role?
About 13 months.
Can you tell
She's
the
about to
judge
tell you who
about
she
your
is.
education?
I obtained my bachelor's degree from Emory University in 1995 and my master's degree in social work from the University of Georgia in 1998.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay. I'm just going to show you states for purposes of the Daubert hearing states 2. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's my CV.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of your CV?
I'm just getting it. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would send their state exhibit 2 for purposes of the Daubert hearing.
No objection to stage 2 for the Daubert hearing.
All right, it's submitted. Is that approach? Ms. Blanchard, can you tell the judge about your training in order to be the Director of Victim Services?
So I obtained my master's degree in social work in 1998, and after that, I worked at the Grady Reed Crisis Center from like 1998 to 1999. Then I worked in the Fulton County District Attorney's Office as a victim advocate from 1999 to 2005. Then I was the Director of Victim Services for the Fulton County Solicitor General's Office from 2005 to 2017. Then I was the Victim Survivor Advocate for college students at the Georgia Institute of Technology, primarily working with sexual assault, domestic violence, stalking, and sexual harassment from 2017 to 2023, January, before I moved to my current role. Over that time period, I've obtained numerous trainings in the areas of domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, elder abuse, human trafficking. I also have done a bit of training for law enforcement, social workers, attorneys, and others.
And so how long total have you been working with victims of domestic violence?
Over 25 years.
And have you had direct contact of victims of domestic violence?
I have.
And I don't know if you can, but can you estimate how many times you have interviewed victims or interacted with them?
Thousands, over 10,000.
And you talked about the training, I know trainings that you've done, but have you received specialized training as it relates to domestic violence?
I have.
And is that something that you do yearly, monthly, or how regularly do you attend those trainings?
As often as I can. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker, so I'm required to obtain continuing education on a biannual basis.
And you talked about doing training for law enforcement officers, and who else have you had to do trainings for?
Attorneys, judges, social workers, other victim advocates. I'm also a faculty member or have been for the Georgia Victim Assistance Academy.
And do you have any publications?
I haven't been published, but I have done research that was utilized in some legislation involving the strangulation law that passed in 2014.
And is domestic violence a recognized area of academic study?
It is.
Is there peer-reviewed literature relied upon in the area of study?
There are.
And are you able to rely upon that literature in reaching conclusions?
I do.
And how are you able to rely on that literature?
I keep up with the literature. Also, obviously, when I attend trainings, the literature is part of what is studied. And I also have my own experience in working with people that coincides with what the research shows as well.
And is the manner in which you apply the peer-reviewed literature to individual cases generally accepted within the academic community?
Yes.
And have you often observed counterintuitive victim behaviors in your interactions with victims of domestic violence?
I have.
How so, or in what ways?
So generally, as a victim advocate in the court system, I would be having my first interaction with the victim after an arrest was made. And so I would be able to observe people initially being forthcoming, and then over time becoming more and more uncooperative. In addition, in my experience at Georgia Tech and at Brady Rape Crisis Center and my job prior to that in Athens, I was working in the crisis, like working on the hotline and also responding to the emergency room and to the police department. So I was also able to observe the effects of trauma.
And do the behaviors that you just talked about, minimizing and the effects of trauma, does that match what's described in the literature?
It does.
And are you familiar with the power and control wheel?
I am.
And just generally, what is that?
So the power and control wheel was developed by a group of researchers, Ellen Pence and some others in Duluth, Minnesota. They were part of the Duluth Domestic Violence Intervention Project. And essentially they did focus groups with hundreds of victims of domestic violence and developed the power and control wheel in the process of that.
And your testimony today, is it based on sufficient facts or data?
It is.
And is your testimony the product of reliable principles and methods?
It is.
And have you applied the principles and methods reliably when you testify to the facts of an individual case?
Yes.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the field of domestic violence and trauma response?
I have.
And do you know about how many times?
Over 100.
Your Honor, at this time, that's all the questions I have.
Cross.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
Well, thank you.
All right. So you worked in the field of domestic violence for pretty much your entire career?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you worked for the Fulton DA's office and the CAB as well?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you ever worked in private practice?
I worked not in private practice. I worked for the university and for like a nonprofit. So
Okay.
it's not a for-profit business. It's,
Okay. University of Georgia?
no, it was Georgia Tech.
Georgia
Tech.
Okay. All right. And have you taught at Georgia Tech?
I was not a teacher. I was a clinician.
Clinician. Okay. All right. And you said you worked over 10,000 domestic violence cases?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by work?
That means that I worked with over 10,000 domestic violence victims.
What does the verb work in your mind define?
I'm sorry, say again?
You're using work as a verb. Do what?
So that means providing crisis intervention, accompanying people to court, in the police department, counseling, support groups.
Okay. All right. All right. And you said you're a licensed clinical social worker?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been licensed?
Since 2003.
Okay. And what are you required to do to keep up with that license?
I have to get biannual education.
Okay. How many hours?
35 hours every other year.
Okay. And has your license ever lapsed?
No.
Okay. 35 hours every other year?
Correct.
Okay. Is your license currently valid?
It is.
Okay. You said you're required to attend trainings. Is that the training that you mentioned, the 35 hours?
I do those and more. Some of the trainings that I do are not going to qualify.
Okay.
You have to get certain categories
Okay.
of training, so 5 hours in ethics, things like that.
Okay. And you said you had some publications, or you haven't been published, is that correct?
I haven't had anything published in writing, but I did publish a video series that I put together for law enforcement in the area of domestic violence.
Is that the one that's on the VA's website?
I don't believe that it's on the DeKalb DA's office website. It's probably on the Fulton County Family Violence Task Force.
That's probably where I saw that. I looked you up. So. And you said that in your opinion, this is a recognized area of study, domestic violence. How is that so?
It's been studied for over 50 years. There are multiple peer-reviewed journals that specifically tailor to domestic violence.
Okay. And is this?
I know I said I wasn't going to pause and interrupt, but we do have breaking news. Court has been adjourned until Thursday at the judge's request. Court has been adjourned until Thursday.
Recessed until Thursday.
Recessed until Thursday. So we're going to finish up here. We have a few more updates and some more testimony to go through with y'all. Thank y'all for being here, and let's get back to it.
It's a scientific, technical, or specialized field?
It is scientific, yes.
Scientific, okay. So there's
Specialized, yes. I mean, you have certain categories. So some people are researching from like the psychological standpoint and looking at the impact and effects of domestic violence on victims, on children. Other people are looking at it from a criminal justice standpoint. So those journals are going to be more specific for the response to domestic violence, law enforcement, courts, etc.
okay. And which portion do you feel like you're qualified as, a specialized area or a scientific area?
Both.
Both. Okay.
I believe that the specialized areas are scientific.
Okay. All right. And you said that your testimony, you believe, is based on sufficient facts or data. What are you basing your testimony on?
I would base my testimony on my knowledge and experience both. My
Okay.
knowledge is going to be based on my training and education and my experience, and that's what I've observed actually working with victims of domestic violence.
Okay. In this case, though, I'm asking is your opinion based on sufficient facts or data. Which one are you basing on facts in this case?
I'm not sure I understand what your question is. Any questions that I answer will be based on evidence that is peer reviewed. So I'm talking about evidence-based practices. I'm not talking specifically about pieces of evidence in your case. If you ask me about pieces of evidence in your case, I can certainly opine about it.
Okay. Have you reviewed any evidence in this case?
I have.
Okay. What have you reviewed?
I've reviewed witness statements, a few videos of interviews. Some of them were on YouTube, some of them were on the news.
Okay.
Also news articles.
Okay. So which witness statements have you reviewed?
I don't remember each one.
Okay. Well,
If you named off some, I can tell you whether I did it.
There's a whole board of people back there behind you, but we're gonna go through each of those. But do you remember any witness statements that you reviewed, and how did you get those witness statements?
I obtained the statements from the prosecutor.
Okay.
I believe that other people had nicknames, so I'm not sure if I remember their proper names.
Lots of nicknames in this case. All right.
Yes.
Okay. Have you talked to anybody else?
I haven't talked to any of those people. I just reviewed their written statements.
Okay.
Or audio transcripts.
Okay. And you also watched some things on YouTube.
I watched, I believe, one YouTube. It was like an interview.
Okay. Who was on that interview?
I can't remember which one it was.
Was it one of the three people you just mentioned?
I believe it was.
Okay. All right. And the news, what interview did you watch on the news?
I believe it was interviewing one of the people involved.
Okay.
So I don't remember which one, but it was a news anchor that was interviewing one of the people involved. I also reviewed the defendant's statement as well.
His recorded statement?
Correct. I didn't listen to it. I read the transcript.
Okay. All right. And so when you base your opinion, that's what your opinion is based on, his transcript, interview, as well as a news and YouTube story
by one of these three young ladies, as well as their written statement?
My opinion is not going to be based on those, but I will give opinions of them based on theory, facts, my education, and my experience.
Okay.
If you ask me hypothetical questions, I'm sure I can do that as well.
Okay. That she gave you, she had a written statement?
I don't remember if it was a written statement or a transcript.
Okay. All right. And the next one was, is this based on reliable principles and methods? What makes the principles and methods of what you do reliable?
So when you're talking about domestic violence research, you're really talking about research on prevalence. So that's going to be surveys and things like that. They do surveys yearly. National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey, for example. When you're talking about other types of research, you're talking about the impact of domestic violence on people. There's research out there on the types of violence that people describe. And so they're using sound methods to conduct this research. Sometimes they're comparing, for example, people who've experienced domestic violence with people who have not, and talking about the impact and trauma symptoms that people might be experiencing.
Okay. And in this case, you, the defendant is not charged with an act of domestic violence in the indictment. So how would you be able to add to the edification of a layperson jury when he's not charged with an act of domestic violence?
When I testify about domestic violence, I'm not giving an opinion about whether an act of domestic violence has occurred. I'm educating generally a jury about the dynamics of domestic violence, and then it's up to the jury to decide whether that information is useful in their decision making.
Okay, how would it be useful in a case involving rape?
I'm sorry, say again?
How would it be useful in a case with an allegation of rape?
Well, many instances that involve rape or other forms of sexual assault exist in the context of an intimate partner relationship.
Okay, and if the intimate partner never alleged that the accused hit that person at that given time, how do you edify a jury in that scenario?
Domestic violence is not solely about hitting their partner. It can involve many other forms of abuse, including emotional abuse, coercive control, and sexual violence.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Berger, are all of these questions relevant to her ability to testify as an expert, or are we getting into, and I think we're at this point, for a preliminary hearing, we just need to establish the qualifications and reliability and all that. I just think we're getting a little.
Sure. I just wanted to make sure for purpose of my argument, when I'm arguing to you whether she's qualified and whether she's necessary as a witness, that was my reason for asking.
Okay.
So at this, I have no further questions.
Okay.
I have no additional questions.
All right, thank you so much. Do we need her to step down? Sure. Okay, you would just step outside, don't go anywhere then. All right, argument?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'd ask that you allow Ms. Blanchard to testify. I'm not going to go through the same analysis I went through on for Mr. Ross, but it's essentially the same thing. This is a field where it requires specialized knowledge. Additionally, as it relates to experts in the field of domestic violence, the case at the court cited Santoro versus the state, 361, Georgia Appeals 546. That the Court of Appeals said, we find no abuse of discretion in the trial court's decision to admit expert testimony on the cycle of violence to explain why victims do not report abuse or leave an abuser or even love abusers. There's another case that talks about an expert in the field of domestic violence. That is Moorer, Moorer versus the state, 290, Georgia Appeals 216. It's a 2008 case. And the Court of Appeals said expert testimony is admissible to explain the behavior of a domestic violence victim who does not report abuse or leave the abuser. And so I think that that is relevant in this case because there are allegations of emotional abuse, physical abuse, verbal abuse. Domestic violence is not just limited to physical abuse. As it relates to Ms. Blanchard's qualifications, she does have a bachelor's degree as well as a master's degree. She is a licensed clinical social worker. She has conducted over 10,000 interviews with victims of domestic violence. She testified that she has 25 years of experience in working with victims of domestic violence. Although she does not have any publications, she has conducted trainings to law enforcement officers, judges, attorneys, and this is a reliable field. It's been studied for over 50 years. It's a specialized field. So, Judge, based on all of those things, as well as her training, her experience in the case law, I would ask this court to allow her to testify as an expert in the field of domestic violence and trauma response.
Thank you. Mr. Booker?
Well, Judge, I can't really argue that regarding her qualifications that the state has had her state on the record. I guess the question for the court would be the necessity in having a expert for purposes of domestic violence and quote trauma response as the state is asking for. In this particular case, there's no allegation by the defendant hit her on the 24th of March, 2022, or anything along those lines. And so there's no, even with the false imprisonment, it's not an allegation that he pushed her, kicked her, punched her. There's no battery charge. There are no injuries to her. So, you know, I get, we've gone so far left field in this case that, you know, at this point, just kind of everything is fair game, I guess. But I would ask the court to preclude the state from calling this person as a witness. Now, I will state this to the court, and I think that this has to be clear before she testifies, that as an expert witness, that if her intent is to get up there and testify as an expert and pontificate opinions, then questions are fair game as far as what I can ask her regarding what she's reviewed and what statements she's reviewed. So I just want to make sure that I'm able to do that for purposes of this case, because again, she's going to come and testify as an expert witness, and she says she's reviewed statements. I think it would be fair for me to be able to ask her about what statements she's been reviewed, as well as the contents of those statements.
All right. Well, as far as necessity, I mean, you were arguing that the victim did not initially report a rape and reported it subsequent, correct? Okay. All right, let me hear your response.
Yes, Judge, that's our position. Also, I think it goes toward her consent. Although the defendant was not physically abusive she's seen him be abusive to other people, specifically when they've tried to leave. So I think that goes directly to the issue, and that's consent.
Okay. All right, I do think that I think she certainly qualifies as an expert, and that her testimony is necessary, given all of the issues in this case, especially with respect to the delayed report and all the other matters. So I will allow her to testify. Yes, sir. Of course.
And I guess so I don't draw a bunch of objections. Two things. One, she actually, I know the court hasn't heard her interview, but she never reported it. Okay, she never said that either. That's nowhere in her interviews that ever said. That's why the state's so worried about that being played. But secondarily, I think it's fair game, Judge. Again, she's an expert. I'm able to ask her questions. I just want to make sure that that's covered. That I'm able to ask her about what she's reviewed in the statements and the basis of the statements. I mean, the state doesn't get to come up here and just put her up and ask her about it, and then I don't get to ask her on cross-examination. So I'm just making sure that we're not going into an area where I'm going to be hamstrung as far as being able to ask her about what she's reviewed as far as statements in this case.
Okay. Ms. Thomas?
Yes, Judge, I don't intend to get into her specific statement. I'll talk it over with my co-counsel, but I don't intend to get into her specific statements. And again, my objection would be the same. It is hearsay. If he wants to ask about what he had the opportunity to cross-examine her, she's still under subpoena. So if he wants to say, well, did you ever tell law enforcement you never said you were raped? He can certainly do that by recalling her. I don't think questioning this witness is the proper channel to do that.
But it's the basis.
Use your mic.
I'm sorry. I was coming on. It's the basis that she's formed her opinion on.
So for me to be able to, I may not be able to say that she say to you directly this, or that, but she's formed her opinion on statements that she's heard. And so now to be able to say, well, you formed your opinion, but I don't get to ask you what you base your opinion on. That's
Well, I think you can ask her what she based, what she used, what she reviewed, and what information she was provided with or reviewed to reach her opinion. But I don't think that means she could say, I read the victim statement, I read this statement, whatever statement she read, or whatever she listened to, but then if you want to go into the substance of the statement, that's different. So I think it's totally fair for you to ask her what materials and what information she reviewed and is relying on in forming her opinion.
okay.
But not, isn't it true that she never said that she was raped?
Okay. Fair enough, Judge.
All right. And then you're free to do that with, if you would like, with recalling the victim. Okay.
Judge, can I ask you first, please? I think the state now we're talking. I'm not sure if you want to do this at the bench or.
We can just do it now.
Okay. It's 4:15 in the afternoon. We were thinking as far as timing. I have witnesses. I was wondering if it's okay if I have my witnesses come back tomorrow.
Is this your last witness?
I believe so.
Okay. I think that's fair.
I have a witness in the hallway. Could I step out and
Yeah.
ask her if she can come back tomorrow?
Sure. If not, we'll accommodate her.
She would be sure.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll be right back.
And then in order to do that, well, we still have to do motions and stuff first, but.
Child, what? This is old footage, but child, what? Yeah, go ahead and pan right on past. Oh, hold on. Everybody turn your volume down. Our mics are loud. Everybody turn your volume down.
The state rests their case after this testimony.
Okay. Go ahead, Godmama.
No, I was just gonna say Booker is really he's really doing his job. So for Eligio to have his outburst this rising is a little surprising because Booker fought hard for relevance of this testimony.
No, it's not Booker, it's Bishop. Let's start there. Booker is doing the damn thing. It's Bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Thumb sucking titty baby. Oh my goodness.
That's just, I wonder if he's gonna pull the victim back up on the stand.
Oh, is she saying something? Hold on, friend.
It doesn't go back with the jury, but it would be for demonstrative.
Right. And I have concerns about the wording of it, and she didn't prepare it, and
I know. And you can ask her about all that cross, right? Okay. All right, so she can use it. It'll be admitted for demonstrative purposes only, and you're free to cross-examine her about all of those issues. All right. That's when the jury's out.
I wonder who the witness is.
Okay, let's get back to court.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony to the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Spell your name for the court.
Amanda, Amanda Blanchard, Planchard.
And Ms. Blanchard, how are you currently employed?
I'm the Director of Victim Services with the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office.
How long have you been in that role?
A little over a year.
And prior to your time as the Director of Victim Services with the DeKalb County DA's office, what did you do?
I was a victim advocate for the Georgia Institute of Technology.
Wait, did he rewind it or what? Isn't this the testimony we just heard? Or no? Did he rewind it? Hold on. Didn't we just hear this?
Working with students who'd experienced sexual assault, dating violence, stalking, and sexual harassment.
And what did you do prior to your time at Georgia Tech?
Prior to
It
that,
looked like
I was
he
the director
rewound it
of
a little bit or
services
something.
For the Fulton County Solicitor General's nominate your partner. And power control is at the center of the wheel because that is essentially what
Okay, let
they
me.
might not expect. And so that might include a bachelor's degree from Emory University in 19.
Yeah, see? Emory
Now, have you
University,
observed
blah, blah, blah.
counterintuitive victim behaviors in your interactions with domestic violence victims?
I have.
And right.
Yeah.
All right. So when you were describing domestic violence, you generally you mentioned power and control. So just kind of explain what the power control wheel is and how the sections work together.
Sure. So the power control wheel was developed by a researcher named Ellen Pence and others in Duluth, Minnesota in the 1980s. And essentially what they did was they had focus groups of victims of domestic violence that they interviewed and asked them questions about the types of things that people were experiencing. And when they noticed that things kind of fit together in categories, then they developed these sort of like spokes of the wheel. And so the behaviors or tactics, as they called them at the time, that were consistent across most people, things that most people described experiencing, they made it onto this wheel. And so you have essentially these 8 tactics that are used to exert power and control or dominate your partner. And power control is at the center of the wheel because that is essentially what the result of using these tactics is. In other words, I'm not saying that people are necessarily seeking to consciously get control over another person. It's more that they feel entitled to it through all of these tactics that they utilize. And then physical violence and sexual violence are around on the outside of the wheel because those are used to demonstrate power and control, or in other words, to give context to these other things. So if someone were to step out of line, then they would use physical or sexual violence to get them back into control. In my experience, the worst or most severe physical and sexual violence occurs when the victim refuses to be dominated in some way, when they stand up for themselves.
All right, and if we can start with, I just want to talk about some of these tactics. Using intimidation, can you explain that to the jury?
So using intimidation could be like looks or facial expressions, or even using someone's body size or stature. It could also involve intimidating someone by destroying property or threatening to harm a pet or a child. It could also involve violence that's committed against one person, and then the other people who are witnessing it in the family, for example, might be intimidated by that behavior. And so even if they're not the target of that specific incident, they have the impact is that they're intimidated by that behavior because they're essentially being taught what could happen to them if they were to do something similar, to not submit to whatever the person is requiring.
And then what about using emotional abuse?
So emotional abuse is often like name calling, put downs. It also includes like public humiliation, also like prolonged interrogations, where the fight just goes on and on and on until the person gives in or submits. That's often tied to sleep deprivation, which is another tactic that's common in domestic violence. Humiliation. Oftentimes the tone of the emotional abuse is really specific to the person or the target of that abuse. So because in domestic violence, the parties know each other very well, that means that the abusive person knows what's going to hurt the most. And so if the victim has like a insecurity about something, or they've shared something really private with the abuser will then turn that around and use that against him. So for example, I had a case where the victim had some damage to some of her teeth, and she like was really self-conscious and didn't like to smile with her teeth, was a closed mouth smiler. And so anytime he was angry at her, then he would use that and call her ugly and disgusting and your disgusting teeth, and would just really dig that in. Or if the victim has expressed that they feel stupid, so for example, I've had cases where people talk to their partner about feeling like put down by family or others and told that they weren't smart or weren't going to make something of themselves, then the abuser will use that to needle them whenever they're being abusive.
And can you discuss using isolation as one of the tactics?
So isolation can be like the obvious way where you literally don't allow people to like leave or to interact with their family. Like you're not allowed to talk to your mother. I'm not letting you go see your sister. So it can be rule-based, preventing people from seeing other people. But often it's more subtle. And so it will occur more where they'll use hyper-jealousy or protecting the victim in order to keep the victim from being around other people. Or they'll cause arguments and fights before the victim goes, or every time the victim talks to their mother on the phone, for example. And so then after a while, they'll stop talking to their mother on the phone to avoid further arguments and fights, to keep the peace.
And what about minimizing, denying, and blaming?
So that essentially means that they'll kind of gaslight. They'll deny that the abuse occurred or minimize how serious it was. Like, I barely hit you, I don't know what you're talking about, you bruise easy. Or they'll blame shift. And so that might look like, you made me do it. If you didn't talk back to me, then I wouldn't have done that. If you would just admit, then this won't happen. Or it could be like rationalizing the behavior, like blaming it on drugs or alcohol or stress or something like that.
And what about using children?
So using children could be like using the kids literally as a pawn in between the two, passing messages to the partner through the children. It could also mean like, I'm gonna take the kids away from you and you're never gonna see them again if you ever leave. Or it might mean threatening to call Child Protective Services on them, or it might mean using every time that the parties are separated, using interacting with the children as an excuse, but then while you're on the phone with the partner or the ex-partner, you were being abusive again. It could also involve essentially getting the children to also be part of the abuse, tell your mother how stupid she is, that kind of thing. And so other family members sometimes are cajoled into participating in the abuse.
And talking about using male privilege, can you discuss that?
So, I mean, some people will call this more using privilege in general, because it's not always just male privilege, but that does exist. So it's essentially like using stereotypical gender roles as a way to enforce control in the house, and to suggest that someone needs to like stay in their role as the woman in the house. Or sometimes in the family unit, it might be like you don't work, you're the one who has to take care of the housework or something like that. And so putting them in their box, what they're supposed to do. And then that other person, the abusive person, is the one who has control. And so they're using sometimes religion or gender stereotypes in order to enforce that.
And then using economic abuse.
So economic abuse can be like essentially keeping all of the money from the other partner. So controlling what money they have access to. So I've had some people who weren't allowed to have any of their credit cards or debit cards. I've had some who had an allowance where they were only given a specific amount of money to go to the store, and they had to come back with change and receipts and be able to essentially name where all of the money went. So it can be really significant like that. Or it can be more like not allowing the victim to get a job, or to keep a job, or to go to school. So keeping them financially dependent. It can also involve essentially spending all of the money so that there's nothing left for the victim to pay the bills with or to feed the children with.
And then lastly, coercion and threats.
So coercion and threats sort of often work hand in hand. So coercion can be like quid pro quo, like if if you do this, then I'll let you do this. Or it could be more like guilt tripping, or like, for example, if you loved me, you would do this. You're my wife, so you are supposed to give me this. I see that a lot, in particular around sexual violence. And then when those things don't work, then the threats come in. And so then it can be, I'm gonna like post those new pictures you sent me, online, or I'm going to send your family this information, or I'm going to tell your family about what we did together. So if those are the kind of threats that you might see.
All right, and Ms. Blanchard, when you were talking about the power and control wheel, and you talked about physical and sexual violence, I think you said you usually see that when the victim refuses to be dominated.
Well, it's not that you usually see it, it's just that the most severe acts of physical and sexual violence will often occur when the victim talks back or refuses to be dominated.
Okay. Now, do you find that victims always report their abuse?
No, in fact, most victims of domestic violence will never tell anyone.
And can you explain why?
Shame, embarrassment, self-blame.
And does that mean that the abuse has not occurred?
No, it doesn't.
And can you talk about some methods an abuser may use to discourage a victim from reporting abuse?
They might guilt trip them. They might love bomb them. So in my experience, there's oftentimes intermittent positive and negative treatment. And so it means that they're not abusive all the time. Sometimes their behavior is emotionally attentive or caring, and so some people describe that in the research as love bombing. But then the abuse will happen again. And then the love bombing, and then the abuse and love bombing. And so they call that like positive reinforcement. So it makes it really, really difficult for a victim to leave, because they're always thinking that it could just be like it is during the good times. And if it could just be like that all the time, then the relationship would be good. So oftentimes what victims will describe is that they don't want to end the relationship, they just want the abuse to stop.
And can you describe trauma bonds in the context of a domestic violence relationship?
Yes, so trauma bond is essentially a bond that's hard to break and that defies logic to outside people. And it occurs when there's a power differential between the two parties, and a cyclical pattern of positive and negative treatment. So it's very similar to that cycle that I just told you about that's common in domestic violence. Not all domestic violence relationships will involve trauma bonds, but some do. And when that trauma bond occurs, it means that there's kind of almost like an addictive quality to the relationship. And it makes it very, very difficult to break. Victims of trauma bonds oftentimes will feel very emotionally attached to the abusive party. And sometimes there's this complicated thing that will go on where the person who just abused you is now the one consoling you after.
And can you talk about Stockholm Syndrome in the context of a domestic violence relationship?
So some researchers believe that Stockholm Syndrome is a type of trauma bond. Other researchers disagree and think that there's slight differences. But in Stockholm Syndrome, it's a term that was developed from Stockholm, Sweden. It was an armed robbery case where a couple of people came in and held people in the bank for several days. And they like tied bombs to them, and it was a significant event. After that event, some of the victims in that case didn't want to testify and were feeling like emotionally bonded to the perpetrators of the bank robbery. So it wasn't domestic violence per se, it was a hostage-taking situation. But people speculated that this bond had occurred because the people holding them hostage were also intermittently positive and would treat them kindly and give them food and water and talk about like their own difficult times in childhood. And so they sort of bonded together. Most researchers believe that both Stockholm Syndrome and trauma bonds are essentially a survival tactic, that in order to survive in it, you have to bond with this other person to keep alive. And then it's really hard to break that bond when you're trying to get out.
And do victims always leave the relationship as soon as violence has been introduced?
No, in fact, most people do not.
And I know you talked about shame, guilt, maybe some embarrassment. Are there other reasons why a victim may not leave when there has been physical violence?
Yes.
And what are those reasons?
So a lot of it is financial dependence, love. They often love that person and have these complex feelings. They can be both afraid of them and love them at the same time. Hope that's not going to happen again. Oftentimes the children will keep victims in a relationship, both because the victim may desire their child have a relationship with their father, especially if they grew up in a house where they didn't. And so they just really want for their child to have what they didn't have. But also sometimes victims will stay because they're afraid that the abusive party will hurt the children if they're not around. And so they will stay in order to protect the child.
And can you say on average how many times it takes a victim to leave an abuser to ultimately break away from that relationship?
Research shows that it takes a victim an average of 7 times of leaving and going back before they leave for good.
Now, I know you talked about reasons why someone may stay in a relationship, and one of those reasons was love, hope. Is it possible or normal for a victim to still have those feelings of affection for an abuser?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because it's just really hard to turn that off. It's like I said before, no one is all positive or negative, and so victims oftentimes see the abusive party and remember the times that they treated them well or were loving towards them, or they have a sense of loyalty to that person.
And can you discuss some challenges that a victim may face when he or she is trying to break free from their abuser?
It's very hard because of the isolation that they faced when they were in the relationship. And so oftentimes they'll face barriers, both like a psychological barrier as well as like societal barriers. So for example, I once had a victim of domestic violence and was working with her, and the abusive party was rearrested for another act of domestic violence and went back to jail. And within 1 month, she had been evicted from her apartment, her phone got shut off, and she was needing him to get out so that she could support her and her child. And so when he got out, they got back together again.
And when a victim does eventually leave the relationship, do you find that that victim may have guilt associated with that?
Yes.
And can you describe why?
Some of the guilt is that they feel like they're being disloyal, and some of it can even involve the children. I've had cases where the children really missed the father or father figure if it wasn't their father, and so they'll constantly be talking about it, and that makes them feel bad. Also, the abusive person will often continue to have contact with the person, and so stalking behaviors are common after a relationship is ended. They call it post-separation violence, and it can be a very dangerous time when you're leaving. And so sometimes that fear can also play a role.
And in your experience with victims, specifically those of sexual assault, can you just talk about the disclosure process for the victims to come forward and tell their story and what that looks like?
So in my experience, sexual violence is really hard to talk about. In fact, clinicians and people in the criminal justice system oftentimes are even reluctant to ask about it. It's hard for us to ask about it and talk about it too. But if we don't ask, we're not creating like the space for them to kind of share it. Sometimes I have found that victims will talk all around the whole incident before they get to the sexual violence part. It's the hardest part to kind of share.
And do you find that disclosing sexual assault is a process?
Yes.
And can you expound on that?
And so what we know about trauma is that people have kind of a like fight, flight, freeze, or fawn response to trauma. And when people who've experienced trauma are recalling a traumatic event, they're often going to have that same kind of fight, flight, freeze response. And so you might have stress hormones coursing through your body that make it really difficult. And so that might involve feeling a lot of anxiety, or it could involve someone feeling really shut down and numb. Avoidance of thinking about it and talking about it are also a part of it. And then also it depends on the person who you're talking to. And so some people you're going to open up to more quickly and more easily than other people. I've had victims who I met with on 2 or 3 occasions before they felt comfortable enough to share that part with me.
And you talked about fight, flight, and freeze. Is that something that you find that occurs during the actual assault?
It occurs during the assault and anytime they are recalling it afterwards. And it can go on for hours. An assault is not always quick and over in just a few minutes. So the stress hormone levels will change throughout, and they have different stress hormones that kind of cause different things that are in our body. And so depending on which stress hormones are the most prominent at that time will determine what kind of reaction someone's having.
And can you just generally describe those 3 concepts: fight, flight, freeze?
So fight and flight are like, fighting would be like having enough energy to like push off or defend yourself from an attack, right? And fleeing would be like trying to run away from something. But actually the most common response is freeze. And in fact, all human beings initially have like a freeze response before they move into a fight or flight. And so a freeze response could look like literally being like frozen in fear. In fact, that's why we have those kind of sayings like frozen in fear or scared stiff. We get those sayings because they're talking about that freeze reaction. And sometimes it's more of a feeling of being numb on autopilot. Sometimes victims will describe it as being floaty, where they feel like they're not quite there. Disassociation is sometimes a reaction that people will have, where they're literally like separating themselves from what's going on in that moment as a way to cope and survive and get through. And so although fight or flight do occur, freeze is the most common human response.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have this time.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Blanchard. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
All right, my name is Robert Booker. Just a few questions. I won't keep you long. So you have worked based on your curriculum blockade
Do you need a copy?
I just want to see your CD. So you work, right now you work for the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, sir.
Right? That's who pays your deals every month, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And before that, you worked for Georgia Tech.
Yes, that's correct.
And before that, you worked for the Solicitor's Office, which is the prosecutor's office in Fulton County, right?
Yes, sir.
And you worked for them for over 12 years.
Yes, sir.
You also worked for the District Attorney's Office in Fulton County as well for 6 years.
That's correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that pretty much most of your career has been working with the prosecutor. Is that correct?
Yes, over half.
Over half. Okay. And so the same office that the prosecutors walk in and out of, you go to that same office, correct?
Yes, we work in the same office.
Okay. All right. And so in this case, you indicated based on your direct examination that you, I guess in your experience, you work with crime victims within 24 to 48 hours after an arrest, right? I think is what you said.
That's the initial time period where services start. My role as the director, I supervise staff who provide direct services, and I also work with crime victims. So this morning I made calls for first appearance capture.
Okay. And you normally speak with them?
Yes.
Okay. And that's normally within 24 to 48 hours?
Of the arrest, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And 24 to 48 hours of the arrest is normally when someone has made a complaint, though, right?
If the arrest occurred at the same time as the crime, yes.
Okay.
Sometimes there's a delay in the arrest.
Okay. And 2002, did you speak?
No.
Okay. Did the detective speak to this case?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Well, I take that back. We had small talk in the witness room last week. We
Okay.
did testify, but we didn't talk about the case.
Okay, so you were in a witness room with the detectives and you made small talk with them?
With a detective. I don't know if it was the detective.
Okay.
I forgot her name. I'm sorry.
Okay, starts with a P, I think, maybe.
I don't know. It was a woman.
All right, that's the detective. All right, you also testified that a lot of times things are what you described as counterintuitive, meaning that it wouldn't be as someone might expect, right?
Or at least it wouldn't be as lay people would expect. There, I guess, are myths around how people react to domestic violence.
Right, so a lot of times in domestic violence cases, the woman is at home, she gets beat up. So John and Jane Doe, Jane gets slapped around, she calls the cops initially and responds the way you expect. But then when it's time to go to court, she doesn't want to go because she doesn't want to be involved. And kind of like that Stockholm syndrome you mentioned, right?
That can happen, yes. So people can have that attachment to their abuser even before.
Okay.
So what I mean by counterintuitive is that most people just would have a hard time understanding why someone would stay with someone who's abusive or return to someone who's abusive.
Okay, and you also indicated that the person would be reluctant a lot of times to talk to the police, right?
Victims can be reluctant to talk to the police or can become reluctant over the course of time. Particularly, research shows that the person who's abusive is oftentimes contacting them. And so I've had cases where I literally talk to the victim, they don't want to talk to me, and then I listen to the jail call and kind of have an idea of why.
Okay. And in this case, though, we don't have any evidence of Mr. Bishop contacting be applicable to the facts of this case. You're aware of that, right?
I don't know of all the evidence, but I'm not aware of any evidence involving that.
Okay. And you understand that she wasn't reluctant to talk to the police. She went to the police a week after she left the house and she made an allegation of revenge porn. Did you understand that?
I do understand that the outcry occurred around that time period, yes.
Okay. Now, you worked as a patient counselor at one point as well?
That was my job title at the Brady Rape Crisis Center.
Okay.
So I responded to the emergency room for people who've been sexually assaulted.
Okay, and so you did the sexual assault exams?
I didn't perform the exams. I accompanied the victim through the exams,
Okay.
and I did some training for the state nurses.
Okay, and so that would be with the physician assistants and doctors that would do the examinations?
Correct.
And you would speak with the person that was getting the examination done on them, correct?
Correct. I would essentially be the one at their head talking to them. Yes.
Okay. All right. And you said in this case, in your experience, that would be something that was done with people who are who make an allegation of rape. There's the rape crisis line. You work with them as well, right?
Yes. So in addition to responding to the emergency room, I also would answer the phone when people called, sometimes wanting to talk about what their options were and what they could do. Sometimes wanting to talk about an incident where they're not sure whether to identify it as a sexual assault or not. It's really common for victims to have a time period where they're not sure what to call it.
Okay. All right. Now, there's a time frame when the person may not be sure what to call it. That would be something that would change over time, though, correct?
Often it does, yes.
Okay. It wouldn't be something that you would expect over a 2-year time frame that they would say the same thing over 2 years, right?
No, it could. They could have the same idea of it over 2 years, but 10 years from now feel differently about it. Each person's different for how long it's going to take them to process something.
Okay. All right. All right. You gave an example that would be a threat. So, for instance, I've been married to my wife for many years. I'm not going to do this, but we don't have any pictures anyway. But let's say John and Jane, I'm not naming my wife, that John calls her and says, "Hey, man, you leaving me, Jane? I'm going to post new pictures of you online." That would be a threat to keep Jane from leaving, right?
Yes, or to punish her if she'd already left. Yes.
Right. So if she's already left, it's to punish her.
Yes.
Okay, but that would be something that person would communicate to that person, would it not?
Depends. I had a case one time where after she left, he created a flyer with nude pictures of her and put for a good time call, put her phone number and posted it all over her job.
Okay, well, that was him still reaching out to her though, isn't that right?
Well, I mean, she saw the flyers, but she had no warning of it in advance.
Okay. So again, for a threat to happen, the person would have to be aware of the threat, right? I mean, if I'm
Yes,
gonna threaten
threat
you,
is when you say you're going to do something. If you actually do it, I would kind of put that more under either coercion or emotional abuse.
okay, all right, but the person would still have to be aware if you're trying to coerce them or trying to emotionally abuse them, that, hey, I'm gonna do this in order to get something back from you, i.e. you come back, one, or you're embarrassed by what I'm doing, right? There would be some communication between the people.
So in other words, if my victim had never seen the flyers, would that have not been coercion? It would at least be attempted coercion, I guess.
All right, you mentioned, let's see here. Were you aware that Mr. Bishop were not in a romantic relationship? That it was essentially just a sexual relationship? Were you aware of that?
I would think that romantic that's a loaded term, and I guess it would depend on how you define those things. But I would say having a sexual relationship would make them intimate partners.
Okay. All right. What if testimony was that she wanted to be with another guy and she quickly became pregnant by that other guy? Would that be indicative of
Wow.
her having some attachment, in your opinion, to her purported abuser?
I would say that you could have sexual relationships with multiple people at the same time.
Okay, but what if your testimony was that you didn't want to be with that person, you wanted to be with, had a baby by her?
And so I don't understand what your question is.
Okay, I'll move on. You also indicated that sexual assault disclosure is
Right.
a process.
Move on, Booker.
Okay, so that it happens over time.
Correct.
Okay. And so again, going back to my original question a few minutes ago, using words that don't describe sexual assault, you expect that that's going to change over time.
I mean, it could, it depends on the person. I'm certain that there are some victims of sexual assault out there who never want to define it as a sexual assault.
Okay.
When I worked at Georgia Tech, it was super popular for people to use the term, they would say consent violation, because they didn't want to define it as a sexual assault.
Well,
Consent what?
Violation.
Consent violation.
Those are those super smart Georgia Tech students, so you can say stuff like that, I guess. Well, that's not what we have in this case. Okay, last thing for you, you indicated that fight, flight, or freeze were things that ways that people respond, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I don't have a Georgia Tech education, just University of Florida, so I'll work through this. Fight means that we're gonna fight about it if resisting, correct?
I mean, that's sort of the literal, but when we're actually talking about fight, flight, or freeze, what they mean is what's going on inside your body. And so when they use fight or flight, they mean that you have stress hormones that are released in your body, like adrenaline and other things. You also can get like tunnel vision because all the blood is getting focused to particular places to allow you to be able to fight off of a threat. It doesn't actually mean that you're fighting. It just means that you have these things going on physiologically that would allow you to fight or flee.
Okay. But these are things, stress hormones are things that and they're internal resistances. Is that right?
I don't think I would quite define it that way, but they are occurring internally.
Okay. So if you're fighting something internally, are you saying that I'm fighting a response to it?
No. So what I'm saying is that we have evolved as a human species to survive. And so our bodies will release like adrenaline and catecholamines and other stress hormones in our body that allow us to then have the energy to like fight off an attack or like run from a bear or whatever. And so over time, these things happen without us thinking about it. We're not specifically choosing them. It's literally like a response that kind of happens. So they had a study years ago where they put like a snowman type thing out front of a store, except for there was a human being inside of it. And so people would walk by the snowman and the snowman would then like kind of like go, oh, you know, or kind of lunge toward them and make a noise. So some of the people literally like ran down the street. Some of the people like literally like punched the snowman. But most of the people like fell or froze. So that's fight, flight, or freeze.
Okay. Did any of them go to sleep right there for 9 hours?
I mean, there is actually some evidence out there that some of the stress hormones that are involved are like natural morphines in your body. So it's not uncommon for people to get sleepy or to yawn or to even sleep after a traumatic incident because they have too much of that particular stress hormone in their body.
Okay. Which one of those three categories does that fall under?
That's the natural morphines.
So that fight, flight, or freeze.
That's the freeze response.
So freeze is just go to sleep for many hours.
It can be, but it also can be like literally being frozen stiff. So some people will report being very alert and awake, aware of what's going on, but feel like they can't move their body.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Is she excused?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
I see y'all cutting up in the chat. Turn your volume down. Turn your volume down. I think we're going to do a quick little break with y'all, but we have some other testimony coming up. And I believe, look at Bishop, look at this Negro.
And same instructions remain in effect. So we are moving right along. Now the juror with the comment on Wednesday. What time are
Hold on. Play that back, Judge. What are we doing? I'm not even going to play it back because we'll just run it back. She said we're moving right along. Judge Kimmy. Judge Stacy. I know that's right. You're
Got the
honorable.
pearls on and everything, baby. Moving
She wearing
right along.
pearls. Moving right along. She got the pearls on. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let's finish up real quick, Miss. She said we're moving right along. Did you take notes, Godmama?
I did.
Okay.
I think Lady Still accidentally hid Nikki in the chat.
What happened? I'm not looking at y'all.
Yeah, I think Lady Still accidentally hid. I think she was trying to do something to hit somebody. It's okay. It's no
What
worries.
happened? Let me get
Nikki
over here
got
with y'all. I see her.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me turn this off. Hold on. Oh, okay. It was an accident. She's back. Oh, okay.
She's back though.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hey, So Flat, please check the moderator group chat if you haven't yet. My love. No, you're good. I wasn't looking at the chat, so I didn't know what was going on. Nature Boy was dressed for court. I love this. Nature, yes. Listen, we
Yeah.
got the pearls, and she said moving right along. We appreciate it, Judge. We appreciate it. We need to move right along too, as well.
Absolutely.
And catch it as much as we can, like we had to pause earlier and let everybody know. Judge Heydrich has decided that court is in recess until Thursday. So that gives plenty of time for everybody to act out. That gives y'all plenty of time to calm down. That gives y'all plenty of time.
To get it out, baby.
Get it out your systems. Like I said earlier, people, energy's high, as it should be. And Bishop's doing what Bishop does. But we're going to do what we do. So you took notes. So let's keep it pushing. And then let's just bring it all back together.
Amen. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Shout out to Max V. Shout out to Nick at Night. Shout out to Medea. Shout out to Lisa. Shout out to the T. Oh, we.
you scheduled the week Wednesday? AM? Okay. All right. You're gonna be fine. We'll figure I have a plan. So, why don't you all hang tight for 1 second, and everybody else, if you would please You're excused for the day. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay. Thank you.
Turn your volume down, guys. We're seeing what's going on here. She's excusing the jury. Again, this is stuff that we have not seen. This is already pre-recorded. This has already happened. It's just new to us. But we are going to get to Velvet's testimony as well. Let's just see what's going on here. Checking out Bishop's body language. Oh, he decided to wear navy blue Friday. Oh, okay. He wanted to tone it down.
And then come back
All
acting
right.
ass.
Anything you want to take up? Do you want to do motions now? You can. Of course. Do you?
All right, so that was the end of it.
If you guys don't mind, turn your volume down real quick. We're gonna get back right to Velvet. Give me 1 sec to pull up the exact mile marker.
Mile mark.
Because boy, it's a marathon in this motherfucker. It is a marathon. Give me 1 sec.
So a lot of people were at this. Eligio came in and amended his list of witnesses for his defense, and he added Eva Wilson. Everyone else is still the same, but he added Eva Wilson. Malia's on there, Aya's on there, Fufu's on there, Zoka is on there, a man named Edgar Bright, which I think is Jax, Juliana, which is Juju, and now Eva Wilson. So when the defense picks back up their case Thursday, here comes the show. Just saying.
Yeah, everyone be prepared. Okay. I know I'm prepared. Yeah, who is Eva Wilson? I wasn't gonna say nothing, but
Mm.
a triathlon even. It is. This ain't a marathon. This is a triathlon. This is a testimony of Velvet, and
Uh,
this is only half of it, right?
right. Reef, the thing with his lawyer was today. It happened this rising in court while the jury was present. We'll get to that. But yes, it happened today. We'll get to the full video for you guys.
Yeah, we'll get to that momentarily.
'Cause it happened.
All right, let's listen to Velvet. My nerves are shot.
I swear to G.
Answering the question of when you have a child, how does that put your child in danger?
Because I have never told anybody the date of his birthday.
Can you tell us approximately how old the child is?
He's 3 months.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
3 month old baby. Okay. I won't ask you anything else about that. All right. Okay. Going back to the 4 or so times that you left, and you went to different places, to Florida and Louisiana, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified though that people would have a hard time leaving the group, but somehow you managed to fly and leave the group several times yourself, right?
I would.
Can you answer yes or no and then explain?
Answer, do you need him to repeat the question?
Yeah, please, because.
You managed somehow to leave several times yourself. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. You managed to leave in a van, for instance, right?
Yes.
Okay. A van that came to the house and picked you up.
Yes.
And you drove away with the baby.
No, he didn't come to the house. I actually walked away from the house and then went to a nearby spot where I can catch reception. So I called them and they came pick me up.
Okay. All right. And no one grabbed you and pulled you down in that time, correct?
Everybody was sleeping. I escaped. I left when no one knew.
Okay.
Every time I left, no one knew. I just left when no one knew.
So there wouldn't be any videos that exist of you being placed in a bus and leaving the Mexico or anywhere else, right? That's what you're testifying to?
The only place I remember leaving was
In a bus.
In a bus.
Or van.
The only time I can remember leaving was when I was in Panama.
Mm-hmm.
We was in Panama and I wanted to leave, and that was the only time Nature Boy had ever exhibited to me that I could leave. Like notions like you could leave, you can go. But when he told me that, he had took my phone. I didn't have no money, barely had clothes. I had a baby, and he knew that. So when he would take everything from me, that was his attempt to make me come back, because he knew that I couldn't get far without a phone or without money. And he would say that.
You left Panama?
I did leave Panama, yeah.
Okay. Somehow you managed to leave Panama in a white van that you got into with your child. You just testified you left Panama in a van.
No. I remember he had a white van. He drove me to a place like a shopping mall in a white van. I got in a white van in Panama with Nature Boy or Eligio Bishop and some other members when he was like, you can leave. And he dropped me off at like this little mall complex or whatever. And so I immediately got dropped off. I went to the phone store and I fixed my phone. And then from there, I was
You
able
fixed
to
the
get to
phone that you didn't have? How'd you fix a phone if you didn't have a phone?
I called my sister because I memorized
How'd
her
you call
number.
her?
I called her number. I used the phone store.
The phone store.
I went to the phone store. I asked them could I use their phone. I called her, asked her if she could help me fix my phone. She fixed my phone. That way, when I would travel away from the store, I'd be able to look up maps so I can get to the airport and everything like that. So after I left the phone store, she gave me enough money to where I can pay for the bus fare. So in Panama, it's not an actual bus. It's like little vans that they have like taxis or whatever. So I got on one of those buses with the funds that my sister gave me so that I can go to the airport, and then I was able to fly back home.
Okay. So you went to a phone store and fixed your phone. This was a phone that you had.
This was a phone that Eligio Bishop, I believe he gave it to me, but it wasn't my phone. Like I didn't pay for the phone or like lease the phone or anything like that. This was just a phone I had.
So he gave it to you, but it was broken. But you went to a phone store for them to fix it so you could call your sister.
So the phones situation in Carbonation, you don't really have reception on it. Like you put chips in the phone and stuff. Nature Boy was the person who designated other people to buy chips for everybody's phone. Only a couple people had chips in their phone. At the time, my chip had ran out of minutes because it's not like a phone plan. It's not like unlimited. It's like a minutes or whatever. So my phone at the time ran out of minutes. And so when I went to the store, I was able to use the phone, call my sister, and then she gave me the money so that I could be able to, get the service back on.
Okay. So for the most part, you didn't have phone access?
No.
Okay. And you didn't? What do you mean necessarily?
As far as reception, I have internet access, but I didn't have reception. So like if I was in the close to Wi-Fi reception, I was able to call my sister. I didn't need to fix the phone, I didn't need to call her. But when I would walk away from Wi-Fi reception, I wouldn't have access to anything.
Okay. So when you would, quote, sneak away to call your parents, as you testified to earlier, that was sneaking away within the house?
Not necessarily in the house. Sometimes I was outside, sometimes I was in the house.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you lived lots of places: Costa Rica, Texas, Mexico, and United States over 3 years, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you lived there during that time frame with Mr. Bishop, even though you left several times and came back. You agree with me about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a phone that would work in the house,
Yes.
right? And you indicated when you left 4 or more times that you were able to leave, go stay with your family, and come back.
Yes.
Right? It was, I think, according to you, discouraged for family to be present there, right?
Excuse me?
It was discouraged for your family to be present or to know where you were or something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you disagree with me that in 2019 that your family actually came and visited you there?
Was that? Yes, I believe it was 2018, if I'm not mistaken. My father did come to Mexico.
To visit you in person?
Yes.
Okay. And he stayed there?
He visited. He didn't stay.
Okay.
It's different.
Y'all picked him up at the airport.
No,
How'd he get there?
I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't with him. I was with Eligio Bishop.
Okay.
From what I know to be true, he was in a taxi, is what I knew.
Okay. But somehow your dad came and he went to see his grandbaby, right? This was the baby you had with Mr. Bishop?
Yes.
Okay. And your dad held up the baby along with you and Mr. Bishop, and you guys were all together. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And that was in 2019?
I believe so.
Okay. And you're saying that from 2017, 2018, you left and came back, but your dad flew down to Mexico to visit you in person and see his grandbaby in 2019?
No, I never left in 2018 because that was the beginning of our relationship. 2017 was when I was with Omen. 2018 was when I got with Mr. Bishop.
Okay.
By the time 2019 hit in January, which was the month that my baby was born, that's when I was like trying to understand how I could leave, and that's when really all of the leaving started. Shortly after I had the baby, she was about maybe 3 or 4 months. That's when my dad traveled to Mexico to come see me. And then after he left, that's when I actually started leaving the group, like into town.
So your dad came to visit you in person, stayed there with you, and you were in such an abusive relationship that he just left you there.
You're referencing 2 different experiences. Because when he first initially came, he was there, and me and Eligio Bishop had lunch with my dad and his wife at the time. And my dad wanted me to leave then, but I said no.
What year was that?
2019.
Okay.
And then there was another incident where my dad was present, and with me and Eligio Bishop was going to get some medication for the child, and we actually ran across my dad. Like, we didn't know that he was there, so we just like ran across him.
Mm-hmm.
And when we ran across him, he stopped us, obviously, and then he had a conversation with us. That's when we went out to lunch. And then I think this was a whole separate occasion, because I called my dad. My dad left, and then I called him and I told him that I wanted to leave, and then I think he came back, actually. But it was multiple experiences or incidences that happened when my dad was present, which was about 3 times.
So let me make sure I'm clear on this. 2017, you just got there was no violence. Things were fine, right? 2018, things were fine.
Yes.
Okay. So 2019, you have a child.
Yes.
Okay. Things are not fine now.
Actually, so in 2018, I got pregnant. When I got pregnant in 2018, I don't remember the month I got pregnant, but that's when the abuse started. Okay. By the time I had the baby in 2019, in January, the abuse had started getting worse. Okay. So before I had the baby, he was already hitting me. He was already strangling me to a degree. After I had the baby in January, the abuse got worse.
Okay. You said strangling you to a degree. What's strangling you to a degree?
He would like just do it a little bit, but then over time it would be longer periods of time. He would choke me harder, in these periods of time, or whatever, to the point where like
So in the beginning, he would strangle me, and I would still like have my consciousness. I'd still be like, you know, where I could breathe a little bit. But as time went on, it got to the point where I would black out. Like, you know, I would lose my breath to the point where I would have to submit or they'll just run out of oxygen.
Okay, and you guys were online like all the time then, right? There was videos being produced on a daily basis.
Yes.
Okay, and you were part of the people that were online, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you testified now that he strangled you to the point where you would lose your breath. And you testified earlier that you had busted lips, is what you said. You had black eyes, and you had strangulation. So being that all those things were happening to you, you guys were online every single day, multiple times a day, there would be videos that would reflect you having marks around your neck because of your skin complexion, black eyes, and busted lips. Those videos would exist online, correct?
They don't exist online because I was not online in every live. When he would strangle me and hit me in my face and I would have these bruises, I was staying off the line. And it got to a point where, because I started out as such a social media presence and I was relatively online a lot of the times, the community, the social media followers, they would ask me in these periods of time when I would have bruises, maybe like 4 to 5 days at most, they would ask, where am I? Why is she not present? And then there was a whole uproar when those times would happen. But I stayed behind the scenes and I didn't get online. And Eligio Bishop purposely didn't put me online because obviously he knew that that would incriminate him. But there is one video that I personally know of to be true. This is when a woman that we named Mama Dia had actually passed away in the coma or whatever. There's a video where you can actually see where he had physically abused me, but for the most part, he did not want me to be online because it was very.
Okay, and the other women that were there, they would have seen you being abused, right?
Not necessarily, because most of the abuse happened behind closed doors, so we had our own quarters away from everybody else. So he wouldn't physically abuse me in these quarters, but there were times where women were present watching me be physically abused, especially on July 4th.
Well, I'm saying if you had a black eye and busted lips, other people would have noticed that.
Well, yeah, when he would physically abuse me and we would have meetings and I would come back into the circle, yeah, like everybody saw it, everybody knew it.
Okay, so the other women would have saw that.
Yeah, they did.
Okay. All right. Now, in 2020, the relationship, it ended at that point, right?
Excuse me?
Your relationship with Mr. Bishop ended in 2020, correct? Yes. Okay. All right. And 2021, you were not around. March 20.
No.
March 24th, 2022, you were not around, right? Okay. You did continue to make YouTube videos about Mr. Bishop, though, correct?
I did.
Okay. You made YouTube videos about him in 2022, correct?
I believe so.
You even made YouTube videos about your child's father, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and her husband, right?
Whose husband?
Is it your husband or?
It's not my husband.
No, well, it's Miss. All right. Okay. Now, when your dad came to Mexico, the 3 times that he was there, how long did he stay each time?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Okay.
It's too much of a blur.
Too much of a blur. Okay. Would you say it was more or less than a week?
Less. What was this?
Less than a week each time?
I think.
Okay.
Less.
All right. Okay. Now you also testified earlier when you first came to the group that you were a student in college, right?
I was.
Okay, and you were going to school for agriculture.
I did.
And you left your stuff and went to Costa Rica.
Yes.
Right? And then you went there because you wanted to be with somebody named Orek.
I did not go there because I wanted to be with. I went there because I felt like the goal, the quote unquote mission, and what Nature Boy was teaching was how I wanted to live. Okay. To be somebody that I connected with, and we decided to be in a romantic relationship.
Okay. And you had to meet with Mr. Bishop on video before you went there, right?
I didn't meet with him on video, but I talked to him over the phone.
Okay. All right. So I think you testified you had to meet with him before you ever came to the group. That was just a phone conversation.
you have to speak to him before coming. Like, you can't just go there. You have to speak to him, and whatever that looks like if he wanted to have a video call with you, then that's what it was. If he wanted to have a phone call with you, that's what it was. If he wanted to text you, that's what it was. It just so happened to be with me, it was just a phone call.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that there were rules that were there when you went there, and so some of the rules that you thought were strange was you couldn't use the bathroom, was the words you used, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it true that you couldn't use the bathroom, or that you guys were going back to nature and you were using the bathroom outside?
It's just the way that we was using the bathroom.
Okay, so it's not
It's a
true that
problem.
you couldn't use the bathroom.
I couldn't use a bathroom with a toilet and a tub. I couldn't use that bathroom, so I had to go outside and dig a hole to use the bathroom.
Well, wasn't that the choice that you left North Carolina or wherever you were to go live in the nature?
Initially, when I joined or before I joined, he never told me like, hey, we're gonna be using the bathroom like this, prepare for it. When I got there, it was just like, oh, this is how we use the bathroom. So I had to adapt.
Okay, so when you say something like we couldn't use the bathroom, isn't that a bit disingenuous to say we couldn't use the bathroom when that was just a way of life there?
No, I just feel like the reason why I worded it like that is because I feel like he used the bathroom as a way to have control over us. And by us not using the bathroom with a toilet in a bathtub, I was actually told and actually saw it at one point in time, like he would watch everybody use the bathroom. So like you would be naked.
You were told that yourself?
By one of the members.
That you were told by somebody else that he watched us use the bathroom?
Yeah. And so.
All right. So you also testified do you recall testifying at a prior hearing?
Excuse me?
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing before today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall testifying that you said another big rule was that we couldn't speak to our family, and that if we did, we got scolded, right?
Correct.
And I think you testified something similar to that today, right?
Yeah.
But you never said at that time that your father had come down there and visited you several times, did you?
It didn't matter.
Okay.
My dad was gonna come regardless.
Okay.
I didn't have to have contact with him. He was coming to save me, to get me.
Right. You never said that you had left there numerous times as well, right?
In the last hearing, no, I didn't.
And let me ask you a better question. So 2017, 2018, there was no issues according to you, right?
In 2018, there were issues.
Okay.
2017, there were issues.
But the issue that you were speaking of, it happened in 2019 where there was some real violence, right? That's what you're testifying, right? 2019?
2018, real violence was happening.
Okay.
When I was pregnant with my daughter,
when did you get pregnant?
About 3, 4 months pregnant, he got mad at me because I didn't want him to be polygamous. And he is slapping me on the top of my head, and my nose is bleeding, and everybody's in the car watching it.
Okay. When did you become pregnant with that child? When in 2018?
I can't recall the months. It's 2 months.
You don't know the birth date of your child?
If I can sit here with you right now and pull out a calendar so we can correct these dates or figure out at what part of the timeline. I've had 3 children.
All right, hold on. All right, can we try to answer the question if you can, okay?
That's what I'm telling him. It's like these timelines run into each other. So from 2018 to 2019, if I could look at
I can re-ask the question.
All right, let him ask the question a different way.
Can you tell me the date your child was born?
January 18, 2019 is when she was born.
Okay. So it's fair to say that the child was conceived sometime in the spring of 2018, right?
Yes.
Okay. So with you being a few months pregnant, as you testified, it would be summer or fall of 2018, right?
I don't know, because we was in the tropics. In the tropics, the environment is literally the same all the time. So you're asking me if it's the fall, I can't, it's not compared. The environment in Central America is not the same environment in the United States.
Okay.
So if I'm going to jog my memory to figure out this timeline, I literally have to look at a calendar so that I can go back, because I had her 5 years ago.
Okay.
And so much is going on.
Okay,
And you left in 2020, correct?
Yes.
What month?
November.
November 2020. All right. So, and your testimony earlier was 3 or 4 times, or 4 times at least, that you managed to leave, and at least 10 times that you attempted to leave, right?
Yes.
That wasn't including those 4 times, right? There were 10 other times that you attempted to leave but just failed, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in 2017, you didn't try to leave based on that because there was no issues. In 2018, you haven't testified anything about trying to leave. So is the 14 times that you either attempted to leave or left were essentially in 2019, right?
No. In 2018, during my pregnancy, I attempted to leave in Belize. This was around the time I conceived, maybe 2 months.
Okay.
It failed. And then in January, or after January, after I had my baby, I obviously had more opportunities to leave. So that's when it started to get up in number.
Okay.
For me to leave.
But you didn't, in fact, actually leave until 2019, though, right? Once you had your child.
I left and then I came back.
Yeah.
The same day, I think.
Yeah, but you told us earlier under directed cross-examination that you left 4 times that would range from 2 to 3 months. So if you left 4 times that would range from 2 to 3 months, you weren't even there in 2019 for most of the year.
No, this is over a timeline. This is over a course of 3 years.
But you said that you didn't leave. You didn't leave in 2017. You didn't leave in 2018. So that only leaves 2019 and 2020. So if you're gone at least 4 times for 2 to 3 months over 2019 to 2020, you were gone for large portions of 2019 and 2020.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Because if I'm there even for 3 months and I'm experiencing physical violence every day, how does it? What correlation does that have with me not being there for majority of the year? If I experience domestic violence, I experienced it, whether it was 2 days, 3 days, or 4 days, or a month to a year. Okay. It happened.
All right. And you witnessed physical abuse within other people in the group as well, right?
I have witnessed physical abuse with other members in the group.
Lots of times, right?
No, just one time.
Just one time. So there's only one other time that you witnessed physical abuse in the entire group.
Yeah.
Out of the 3 years that you were there, you were present the entire time. It was only one time that you witnessed physical abuse, and that's it. No other physical abuse.
At one point in time, I heard. I didn't even somebody else said it.
Okay. We can't go into what other people say. So
well, I mean, it's
I'm asking
at this point if that's the case.
All right,
But yes.
hold on, don't argue with them, just answer the questions, okay?
So my question to you is, you witnessed it yourself one time over
Yes.
3 years, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you also didn't like the fact that he was in a polygamous relationship, right?
Correct.
Okay. It upset you that he wanted to be with other women.
No, it upset me that he wanted to sleep with me and he wanted to be with other women.
Okay. So you do agree at a prior hearing, you testified that my issue was that he wanted to sleep with everybody.
Say that again.
My issue was that he wanted to sleep with everybody.
Yeah, and then come sleep with me. I didn't want him to feel like he can sleep with everybody and then come sleep with me. Okay. That's my problem. You can sleep with whoever you want to, but don't come try to sleep with me. Okay. And if you want to sleep with me, you can't sleep with everybody.
Okay, and that upsets you a whole bunch, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You're still upset about that, right?
No.
Okay.
Because I'm not with him.
Okay.
I don't have to sleep with him or anybody else if I want to.
All right. Now, you also indicated that okay. In Atlanta in 2020, you were living here, correct?
No,
You didn't stay in Atlanta in 2020?
no.
Okay. When did you stay in Atlanta? Let me ask you a different question. Did you ever stay here in Atlanta in 2020?
I don't remember.
You don't remember
staying
staying?
in Atlanta in 2020.
Okay, so do you ever remember staying with him in a house here in Atlanta in 2020?
I don't remember staying with him in a house in 2020, but I remember staying in Atlanta with him in a house. I don't remember what year it was though.
Okay. Who else was staying there then?
Stayed in Atlanta with Mr. Bishop.
Okay. All right. So you don't know if you ever lived here or not
I know that I lived here.
with him?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, do you remember earlier you testified? I just asked you if you remember the people that were living here in Atlanta. And you gave me a list of people. And I guess I can repeat it back to you to make sure I'm not misquoting you before I ask you this, but okay. And this was all in 2020.
I don't remember that year.
Okay. Mr. Bishop was there,
Yes.
right? Okay. And this was at some point you lived in the house in Atlanta, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It was two houses, though. Is that right? Were there two houses?
Not to mine. It was one house that I ever stayed in Atlanta with Eligio Bishop.
Okay. So one house.
Yes.
Okay. All right. What about in 2018? Where were you living in? I think you said Texas, right?
Yeah, because we got deported from Costa Rica, and then we went to Texas. I don't remember how long we was living there, but it was no more than 3 or 4 months, probably even less. And then we traveled to Ohio, and we stayed on a college campus with somebody who he knew from there. We stayed there for maybe like 3 months maybe. And then we started traveling back to Central America. And we just traveled through many places until we landed in Mexico. Actually, we landed in Belize. And then I got pregnant in Belize, and then we started traveling about again to like many different places until we settled in Mexico at some point.
Okay. When did
she leave?
When did she live with you?
I remember her coming when in 2017. I remember her when she came for like the 1-2 day thing. I don't remember any other time she was there until the incident that happened in 2020 when
Where was that at?
this was in California.
In California. Okay.
Yes,
Not Mexico.
that was a separate occasion. Did she travel with us? I believe she traveled with us from California. Yeah, she did, because we was in California. We all traveled to Las Vegas. He made us get married.
So this would have been after the time y'all got married.
Excuse me?
This would have been after the time y'all got married?
This was before.
You just said he made y'all get married.
This was in the process. So.
Wait, hold on now.
Mhm.
So is this in the process? Is it before or after y'all got married?
She was with us before we got married.
Okay. So he made y'all get married in California in 2020.
No, Las Vegas, we got married.
Las Vegas, West Coast. Got married 2020. Is that?
a yes? Yes.
Okay. Is that when you guys left California and went to Mexico or Vegas?
No, we traveled in a car from California to Las Vegas, and then we traveled to Mexico in a car.
Okay.
At that time, we settled in Mexico, and she eventually left in Mexico.
She eventually left. Okay, so you guys met her in California. Y'all drove to Las Vegas where everybody got married.
I'm gonna let you finish. Answer the question.
Thank you. Y'all drove to Las Vegas where everybody got married and then drove to Mexico. Is that correct?
When I came back at that time, she was already there. And
Already
yes,
where?
she was already in California. When I had came back, she had already been there. And then we started traveling together. And then we settled in Mexico together.
Where'd you come back from?
Louisiana.
Okay, how long had you been gone from Louisiana?
I'm not sure.
Give me a guesstimate.
I don't know.
A month, 2 months, a week?
I don't know. Or if you can give me some time to think about it. I think.
You still thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say I was in Louisiana for no more than maybe 2 or 3 months. 3 months at the most.
2 or 3 months
at the
before.
least.
Okay. 2 or 3 months before you came to California, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And then how long
Yes.
are you? How long are you in California?
I don't know. I literally don't know.
Did y'all leave and go to Las Vegas right away, or was it something that you were there for a while?
No, it wasn't right away. It was a transition. Like,
It was a transition.
yeah.
Okay.
At all the time it was. It was never like we just like hopped up and left. We always traveled by car. The only times it was immediate, like a hop up and leave, was when we got deported and we had to fly. And when we went to Puerto Rico. But for the most part, we traveled by car. So it was drawn out of us getting to where we stay long term.
Okay. And so you were you were in California on July 4th, though, right?
Yes.
You had to be that day, right? Okay. Because that's the day that you said that people got you in a circle and they beat you up.
Yes.
Right? Remember saying that?
Eligio Bishop beat me up. They didn't beat me up.
Okay. They didn't beat you up. All right. And so it was just him.
Yes.
Okay. And this was he beat you up and then he asked you, did you want to go to the hospital, right?
Yes.
He offered you to take you to the hospital after beating you up.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And this was, I think, as you said, in a park, right?
Yes.
And no other people within the park witnessed it.
Not that I know of.
You're out there 45 minutes to an hour. Nobody witnesses 15 to 20 people in a park beating up a person.
Not that I know of. And nobody called the police. There's nobody. I don't know. If someone did or if they didn't. I just remember being in a circle.
Okay. All right. Almost done with you. Going to the 24th day of March 2022, you were not present in a house here in Atlanta at that time, were you?
No.
Okay. And had you, I think you testified that on that date, you were not even in contact with Mr. Bishop at that time, right?
No.
But you did make a video where you commented on the believability of Miss.
When I commented on the what?
The believability of Miss.
The believability. Oh yes, yes I did.
Mm-hmm. And you thought that she was a court. It's her side.
She can't comment on the credibility of another witness, counsel.
Sure.
Sustain the objection.
And you made that interview. I'm not going to ask you what you said, but you made that video with.
Yes.
Okay. Because you were online presence together, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You have a child with Mr. Bishop that's 5 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay.
and the child that is with Ms. 3 months old.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, can you redirect?
Can we approach briefly?
Yes.
Child, he had to put that dig in. He had to put that dig in.
Turn your volume down, y'all. We're done with that. Turn your volume down real quick to the chat. I know our mics come in loud. Well, that was interesting. I didn't take too many notes on Velvet, but I did take some notes from the chat. Seems like the chat was you had said something earlier about somebody else's chat streaming her testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it is what it is. We're NABs over here. We get to speak freely. Okay. If something ain't sticking, it ain't sticking. Period. Are
Well,
they victims or criminals being held accountable?
Because I
What
took.
what he say right here? Sometimes they do it for donation. Sometimes they do it for donations, godmama.
Mm-hmm.
You was bringing that money in. Okay. We have one more thing to play, and then we'll open the floodgates to all of our commentary, to the chat. I have starred quite a few of your guys' comments. But yeah, let's get through it. This is coming fresh from Cult Leader live stream news. Or it's
Leader.
coming it's coming from Colt. It's coming from Court TV. I was reading the title, Cult Leader News. I'm sorry. This is coming from Court TV. Cult leader Eligio Bishop tries to fire lawyer during polygamous cult leader trial. Look how they're switching up these titles. Okay. All right. My bad.
Polygamist cult leader trial. Defendant Eligio Nature Boy Bishop is asking the judge to dismiss his attorney, and things are getting heated. If you are new to this case, Bishop is on trial for allegedly raping one of his cult followers and releasing revenge porn. The defense's case is starting today, and the heated arguments started up moments ago. We're going to pick up from there.
Yes. The state's suggestion is that the court made clear that Mr. Bishop has two options under the Sixth Amendment, and he needs to select from one of those two options.
Yes, all right, Mr. Bishop, the options are, 1, you can proceed with Mr. Booker. 2, you can fire Mr. Booker and you can proceed pro se. If you want to do that, we have to have what's called a Ferretti hearing, and to advise you on the record of all of the dangers in doing so. The COVID issue has been resolved, the attorneys are fine going forward, the jurors are fine going forward, I'm wearing a mask, it's not an issue. So CDC guidelines are changing. Anyway, so that ship has sailed. We are going forward with this trial, we're in the middle of it. If you want to have a different attorney, you don't get to choose a different attorney in the middle of the trial. We don't stop for you to get a new lawyer. You either proceed with Mr. Booker or you proceed by yourself, period. 2.
Oh, wait. She didn't even give him the option to get a new attorney.
No, she said
She has had it. Nigga, you represent yourself or Mr. Booker does. Negro. Welcome to Georgia.
2 choices. Those are the only ones you have.
Is that on record?
Yes, everything is on the record.
Okay, I would like to fire my attorney and find new counsel.
That is not an option. Okay, you're not listening to me, Mr. Bishop. The options are proceed with Mr. Booker or proceed without an attorney. Those are the 2 options you have at this juncture, period. Nobody in the back can help you. Look at me. I'm talking to you.
She said, period.
Who
Don't
is
look
he
at
looking for?
his goofy bitches in the back or something. We'll find out from these other people that have been. World News is in the back. What? World News going to represent them? I don't know. God, mama.
options, proceed with Mr. Booker or proceed pro se and represent yourself, which is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea.
Why is that my only two options?
That's the law, Mr. Bishop, period. That's the law.
So I'm not allowed to seek other counsel?
Not in the middle of trial, no, sir.
Even if I'm not being represented right?
Sir, that's the ruling. Do not argue with me.
Is that on record?
Everything is on record, Mr. Bishop. Everything is on the record. So what do you want to do? You either proceed with Mr. Booker or you proceed without an attorney, but we're not stopping the trial for you to get a new lawyer. That's not how this works.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
What about the COVID?
We've already discussed that, sir. You have a mask, I have a mask, we have hand sanitizers, the jurors are fine with it, counsel's fine with it, we are way more than 5 feet away from each other. So that's, you're trying everything you can to not go forward with this trial.
Because I'm not being treated fair.
Okay, you are entitled to your opinion, Mr. Bishop, I'm not gonna argue with you, but we are moving forward with the trial. One way or the other. If you're concerned about COVID and you want to stay in the back and do not want to participate in the trial, that is also your right. And we'll try you an extension. That is considered a voluntary absence from court.
Really?
Really?
Because I don't want to be in here and be exposed to COVID?
Then you can sit in the back and we can try the case in your
So
house.
I don't have the right to have any opinion about this?
I don't even understand that question. Those are your choices.
Meaning like make a decision on my behalf. If I wouldn't.
Mr. Bishop, this is the last time I'm going to tell you your options, okay? As far as counsel, you either proceed with Mr. Booker or you represent yourself, period. You do not get to stop the trial to hire a new attorney. Number one. Number two, COVID. I've discussed this with counsel. We've mentioned it to the jurors. Everybody is fine with going forward. We have masking in place. We have provided you with a mask. We have hand sanitizer. COVID's been going on for 4 years, folks. We got to figure out how to live with this. We are way more than 5 feet apart, and the CDC guidelines are in the process of changing anyway with respect to the isolation rules. And while they haven't changed yet, they are in the process of changing them to eliminate the isolation requirements and just to require masks. I am wearing a mask. I will wear a mask throughout the entire trial. So that if you're not comfortable with that, and you want to sit in lockup during the course of the trial, that is your right. And that will be considered a voluntary absence from the proceeding.
Will I be able to hear what's going on?
Nope. There's no feed back there. Nope, you wouldn't be able to hear it.
Damn.
So it's up to you.
So.
2 choices, sir. Proceed or just go in the back. That's it.
And this is on record?
Everything, yes. Everything is on record. Everything I'm saying is on the record. So the appellate courts can hear it. If they think I handled it improperly, they'll have their discretion to do whatever they deem appropriate. So you need to decide now what you're doing. Do you want to stay in the courtroom for the remainder of the proceeding, Mr. Bishop, and participate in this trial?
Participate?
Yes. Testify, not testify, be here when witnesses testify.
So whether I'm here or not, this is going to go forward?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Who will be representing me if I fire my lawyer?
You will represent yourself. Those are your
And
choices.
if I represent myself and not choose to be in the court, then who?
Nobody. Nobody.
Okay, well, I would have to fire my attorney and not be in court.
Okay. All right, so that means if that is the case, you want to fire Mr. Booker and you want to remain in the courtroom. You want to remain in lockup, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that means there will be if you fire Mr. Booker, that means no witnesses are going to testify on your behalf. You will be presenting no evidence and we will move right into the closing arguments.
So are you saying that I'm not allowed to defend myself?
That's not what I'm saying at all. You have a right to defend yourself. You have Mr. Booker here, who again is doing an outstanding job on your behalf.
Not in my,
Okay. I told you your options, so decide what you want to do. Do you want to go talk to your client in the back? Okay, let's take 5 minutes.
Who the hell is doing all that
Go
goddamn
talk to my
coughing?
That's what
Oh,
I
I like
said,
this
Godmama.
judge. She is not
Hold
putting
on.
up with the nature boys' antics.
Come on
Now,
now.
they took a recess there, and because we rewound the tape back to show you that back and forth and the things he was saying about what if I just don't show up, who's going to represent me, all that. It was a little bit of an Adam Montgomery type situation, wasn't it? If I just stay in lockup, what happens? Well, after they conferred, Mr. Bishop decided not to fire his attorney. Smart move, as the judge noted. His attorney, Robert Booker, is going to continue to represent him, going to continue to stay in the courtroom with him, and the trial is going to proceed as it has been. The defense has since called some witnesses as well.
Okay. All right. Well, I need to take me a break. We'll drop the link. We're going to go through some notes. There is some more testimony that needs to be shared, but I think we'll get to that tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll get to that tomorrow. But for my sake, I need to take a quick break on my end, and we gonna get right on into this, because Negro what? Negro who? I wouldn't expect it from anybody else
He
but
was
Bishop.
putting on the show in there, wasn't he, honey? So I'm just gonna sit back here and what?
Mhm. Real
Oh,
niggas say
Lord.
what? Real niggas say what?
Right.
I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see if Godmama's ready. Oh,
Yeah.
all right, we are back. I thought I dropped the link. I'm sorry, I didn't. My bad. Here you go. We're back. Yikes. This was a lot. I want to start with the notes that I have from the white woman,
Mhm.
the victim expert. I want to start there, and then we'll work our way up to all this dysfunction that we're at.
Mhm.
So you want to meet me there with your notes?
Yeah.
Cool. Of course, I saw you in the chat. You said you loved her. I did too. I said, I love how she describes the dynamic between the abuser and the victim.
Mhm.
And then I also put in sub notes, that this wasn't a cult testimony. This was spousal abuse testimony.
Right.
And so it was triggering to hear it like, oh, I wish a nigga would. But he
Mhm.
five of these, right? We
Yep.
know we know Negroes now that have 5 women hemmed up in some kind of financial abuse, using gender roles.
Mhm.
So many things stood out to me. Talk to me, Godmama.
It was definitely, the gender roles thing that a lot of it stood out to me. But, not to get sidetracked too much, but we talk a lot about, dynamics over here on just, our regular podcast. And we speak a lot, our first few episodes was surrounding about what makes a good man, what's a toxic man. And then just to
Mhm.
hear this expert say the things she said today was very wow.
On brand. It was
Yeah,
on brand to me. It
very
was
on.
on brand. Mhm.
I think she did a very good job at articulating the dynamics, like you said, all of that, all of that.
Mhm.
And for her, we kinda went and we didn't go in chronological order today, so sorry. Velvet would have been before her.
I
So
asked you, should we do Velvet first? And you're like, no, white lady first. I was like, fine.
yeah, I know. But,
Miss Sislo, we see you in the back. Give us just a second. We're going to bring you right up. And anybody else that wants to hit the link, I'm going to pin it for you guys and come on up. But give us just a second to run through some notes.
yeah. So again, she to me, the abuse advocate, she painted a very good picture for the jury on why
Mhm.
these women stayed, why they came back, why they endured the abuse,
Mhm.
because they also got to hear out of Eligio's own mouth, "I am your God," "You are of me," and they've
Mhm.
also heard other witnesses testify, like, "He was my God."
Yeah,
I think the prosecution did a very good job in their lineup choice.
I do too. Another thing I want to point out that she said, she gave an example of how a man was posting flyers all over her job.
Mhm,
Um, I think about how people have posted flyers of people in our sector, neither here nor there. But that was just one form of, let me degrade you to the fullest. If I
mhm,
no longer have control of you in this home, I'm going to make sure when you leave this home, I'm going to go to your job. I'm going to
mhm,
go to your house. I'm going to go to your neighborhood. I'm going to go act a fool. And people don't realize that extent. If you have not experienced spousal abuse or experienced somebody that has
mhm,
dealt with whether it was your mother, your sister, or you, or whether it was your brother or your uncle that was the crazy one, and you just, turned a cheek to it. Um, this statement was triggering. And hold on, I have in my notes right here, Godmama. I said we will be playing this for the manosphere.
absolutely.
This white lady's testimony. We
Mhm,
will be breaking this down. Where's
mhm,
Priscilla?
right.
Hmm. I might have to send this to Priscilla so she can break this down.
Yeah.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to point out is even though she gave examples of flyers at that lady's job, some victim X,
Mhm.
I didn't. She wasn't very specific with some of the examples between Bishop and his victims.
Right.
And there's so many specifics. Uh-oh, there's feedback. There's so many specifics that she could have used, and I feel like she didn't. Even though I'm
Mhm.
grateful for her telling us all these other situations that have happened. Um, when the defense started to get specific with her, um, the defense brought up, Velvet's pregnancy. Oh, well,
Right.
or not Velvet's, I'm sorry, the other victim's pregnancy, saying, hey, how quickly did she get pregnant after this happened? And the white lady's testimony, she said, well, you can have multiple partners. Just because you get into a bad situation with one doesn't mean you won't turn to another, because that's like a rebound situation.
Mhm.
Um, and that's not out of the norm whatsoever. And let's keep in mind, though, my note that I wrote to myself, I was thinking when the defense asked that, I was about to say, and how many wives did Bishop have? Don't question the victims. How many partners did she have? No, how many partners did Bishop have? So there was
Right.
no need for this. This was, again, a form of his dominance and his power. He could
Mhm.
have 17 and he still wanted to R1 or
Mm.
2 or this. So chill out, defense and prosecution. That's where, come on,
Mhm.
prosecution.
There's a few times I felt like objections should have been thrown around, on both sides. I think
Mhm,
Booker should have objected to the whole making, the women wear bomber vests, because what the hell does that have to do with this?
mhm,
I think, and so I can see why Eligio is sitting over there pounding the table, that he's not being represented to his best, um, to whatever, but this is who he paid for, you shoulda
mhm,
did your better research, sir, because
mhm.
your attorney definitely did not do his due diligence in researching anything about you to even
Well,
try.
he hasn't. I'll agree, but he's done is enough to leave some holes, poke some
Mhm,
holes for sure,
mhm.
from my point of view. Um, y'all want to come on up here? Come on up here, Miss Sislo. We got Nikki Crayons. Mama Sislo, y'all come on up. What do y'all think about what we saw today, including the lawyer situation? What do y'all have to say about this circus? This
Good morning. Aloha, my
Cirque de la
people.
Soleil over here. Grand Rising. Hi, baby.
Let's start with good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I missed a lot. I went offline yesterday afternoon and kind of woke up to y'all being live this morning. I didn't see the whole with the expert testimony. I'm just sitting over here screaming about him trying to fire his attorney in the middle of open court.
That was interesting to say the least.
That's a
Was the
lot.
jury was the jury present for that, or was the jury already excused?
I
They're
do
saying
not
the
know.
jury was there. That's the
Mhm.
word, but we haven't really,
They
been able to.
probably weren't in yet because I think they had some motions or something to do before
Right, because we're
anything
watching this all
started.
out of order. I'm not sure when exactly that happened.
Yeah.
Today.
Mm.
Today. So the testimonies we've watched today are just backwards. That's it. We
So
haven't
Velvet
dived into
testified yesterday.
Mhm, mhm.
So
Velvet, I
who
think testified
I'm
Friday, babe.
oh, okay. See, I'm a little bit behind and out of order.
Yeah, we don't have
Okay, so
Velvet
who
yet.
testified? I want to know who testified like immediately preceding him trying to dismiss his attorney. Like who
No,
testified right before he tried to do that?
no
We
one.
think we think he just started court because that just happened like immediately.
That was this morning and nobody testified
Right.
yet. The prosecution rested yesterday, right? Or prosecution
Correct.
rested. What is today? Monday? Tuesday. Okay,
Tuesday.
today's Tuesday. Okay.
So prosecution rested yesterday. We're missing testimonies from the detective, and I think
Detective.
the detective that interviewed Bishop gets pulled up there. We just watched the white lady, which was yesterday,
Okay.
and there's I think one more from
We watched
yesterday.
we watched Syrians.
Oh, we watched
Okay.
Syrians, and she was from yesterday, so we were out of order. Yeah, we were
Yeah,
because we had
we
Syrian.
watched the only ones that
Mhm.
weren't in order were Velvet and the Advocate. So yesterday's order would have went like Syrian, the detective,
Mhm.
Velvet, and the lady, and then they
Okay.
rested. And the defense was supposed to start today. Eligio acted a fool about her having COVID, basically.
Wait, who's got
Uh,
COVID? Velvet or the judge?
The judge.
Nobody has COVID.
Well, the judge has
Bishop doing the
COVID.
most. Well, I mean, what is COVID anymore, though?
That's what she said. She said, "It's
You know what
time
I'm
to
saying? What is
adapt."
Common
this?
cold.
Thank you. Hey,
Hey,
Right.
girl.
Leighton,
It's
welcome.
at this
Welcome,
point, it's
Leighton.
another seasonal flu.
It really is. I mean, I got
Yeah.
knocked out earlier this year, but I mean, if she's up and popping, let her up and pop. Lady, still elaborate. You said please review that point later. Elaborate, because there was a few notes I took.
Hey guys, I don't know if you guys saw Tori's interview with Meek at Night, but
Yes, I heard about it. I didn't see it.
okay, well, fun fact, the expert in cults, the witness that testified as an expert in cults was actually the same guy that Tori was trying to email while she was in Mexico to get out away from the Eligio. And he's also was the only one that does, the deprogramming and the reprogramming. So she was trying to get in touch with him to do the reprogramming after the fact, but she said it was
Right.
too
She's
expensive.
expensive, yeah.
I thought that was pretty interesting that he was ironically the same person that
She also said that she said that she got caught and the email never got sent.
Yeah, the email that's what I said. She tried to contact.
Yeah.
But yeah, she said that the email never got sent. But I thought it was ironic that it was the same person though. I thought that was interesting. The other thing is that right at this point, it's sink or swim for this dude. It's like he's going to pull out every stop. Just like I said before, the emotions that that the prosecution has to depend on to make their case, pretty much.
I have extra.
Because they need, to like get to the emotions of the jurors. And Eligio's defense attorney has to put as many holes in it, which is why he seems to be such a prickhead when it comes to his cross examinations. But it was his job to do that. But at this point, what he pulled on today, it's almost like he just pulled out the deputy's gun and shot himself in the foot. It's like he or he's
I
trying to
mean, but let's take a
create
poll.
some crazy.
Yes, a poll.
Let's take a poll though. How many of us are surprised?
I'm not.
How many of you surprised that Bishop went and I mean, Leighton, talk to me. If this was True Freeman's trial, would he not be pulling the same antics?
Well, I think True Freeman would be objecting to a lot of things where the defense attorney hasn't really objected to anything. And that's going to come back to bite him in the butt, especially on appeal, because if you don't object, then
You
it
don't
just
preserve
goes
the
down
record.
as it just goes down as the record. You have if you have to object to what's going on when it happens. You can't do it later. That's
It's called preserving the record.
Right. You know, and his little ploy this morning about firing his attorney and the COVID thing, that's all a stall tactic. And it didn't work for him.
He failed miserably.
But we see that the courtroom's small. Everything's kind of glassed off. Like, you're right. It is a stall tactic because really there's no concern. You're in jail with people coming in and out. He's not in prison. He's in county jail. Will people still come in and out? And I'm sure they do like little quarantine situations, but you're still in jail. Your germ level, like it's not you didn't come from some private sanitary home, sir. You came from jail. Relax. Like,
also, the judge saw that it was a stall tactic because he brought two completely unrelated issues at the same time. He's like, fire my attorney, COVID. Neither of those things have anything to do with one another. And so he's just grasping at straws. And the judge clearly saw that, same as everybody else.
Yeah. Well,
she said, I thought he said COVID wasn't real. I was like,
right? Diseases of the mind, right?
Well, I also want to point out. Well, I also want to point out him looking around in the courtroom. He was looking for those three other women, and they're not allowed to be in the courtroom because if he's going to use them as witnesses and stuff, they can't be in the courtroom. That's the way it works. And the other problem that he's going to have is that they are not going to get to just say whatever they want to when they get on the stand. That's not how it works.
Right.
You get asked questions and then you have to answer the question. You don't get to go beyond the scope of that.
Right. Well, and she's letting him know that. She's being very crystal clear. I love her little period. First of all, she said, moving right along, and she got her little pearl necklace on. Listen, Judge Hydrix was made for this. Okay. She was made for this trial. And we appreciate it. What's Judge Hydrix catch up?
Ooh-wee.
Yeah.
Somebody said this lady a donation because baby.
I'm
and
just
make
kidding.
sure it
We'll
says
redact that. We will
period.
redact that. That's at the 3-hour, 26-minute mark. We ain't
Please
paying
strike
no
that from the
judges.
record.
We ain't paying no judges.
But that's what I was saying,
Right.
you know, Leighton and Crayons was speaking on his and I think that's part of Eligio's issue too, is his attorney is not objecting to anything. Even if he knows the objection is going to get overthrown, he is still not objecting, so it will be on court record
Well,
for
all of
an
this
appeal.
is on Akashic Records, so we're good.
Let me ask y'all a question because I said something last week and nobody really agreed with me and everybody was kind of like, no, this is on purpose. Does everybody still think that Booker is not paying attention and misquoting people on purpose?
Yes,
I do.
that's his job.
I think
I think he's doing it on purpose. Yes.
Yeah.
I think
Absolutely.
he does not want
I don't
to
know.
represent Eligio. I think he thinks that this is going to be a loss in his books, and he doesn't want that. I think Eligio is irritating him at this point.
I disagree, Godmama. I totally disagree. I think he's doing it on purpose to try and catch these people slipping. I think, yes, he is fucking up with not giving objections, but I also think when he comes for his closing testimony, he gonna put 2 and 2 together. He's landing. We don't see the jury. There is 7 black women, 3 black men. Mr. Booker's in there talking to them. He's using trigger words for them.
Exactly.
That's just my feeling. That's my feeling.
Right.
He's
and
creating reasonable doubt. And each time he makes one of his sarcastic remarks, it's like a pin mark to the juror's mind that, remember when he said this, or remember when he said that, or whatever. It's his job to create one little ounce of reasonable doubt, because they have to come back with a guilty verdict without doubt, and that's the thing that he's dependent upon. But with Nature Boy acting the way he's acting right now, he's giving it to the prosecution at this point.
Yeah, well,
for life.
Well,
they can sit
him
back and
taking
twiddle their
in,
thumbs and kick their feet up on the table. It's about over.
well,
And
and
I can't wait
him,
till the Four Stooges get on the
Amen.
stand. That's buffoonery that I'm going to get some popcorn and be ready for, because I
Well, I
can't.
think
I like Tweety Bird. I just can't.
What you say, Leighton?
anyway, the expert in cults, I mean, Booker did do a fairly decent job of discrediting him. But the point being is he never objected to anything that he said. And the only thing that Nature Boy is going to be able to really do on appeal is say ineffective counsel.
Ineffective. Yeah, I was just getting ready to say that. Like this, Nature Boy preserved the issue better than his attorney did. So this could go up on appeal as ineffective, especially because he did preserve the record and he was denied. If he didn't, if the judge didn't deny, like on the record, deny his request, then he wouldn't have an issue for appeal, but he has created the issue.
He definitely did with his outburst today. And I wonder, a part of me, I'm sorry to cut whoever I did off, and whenever I'm done rambling, you can go ahead. I kind of low key wondered the way Mr. Booker was acting at that desk, if this was pre-planned. But go ahead, whoever was trying to talk.
Well, I think, between the appeal, I don't think he's still going to get off, because I think a lot of the things that the cult guy was talking about is still true. I mean, I was around when Jim Jones did all that stuff, and several other people, and when you get into that cult mentality, and trying to get out of things, it's really hard to do, because even the leader, even if he says, you can leave, well, he's got all of his little minions that are going around trying to get him to stay. That's what they're supposed to do. And I'm sure
also,
that
even
he
just
even
even
tried to do it to others. Well, and she's actually tried to do it to others too, that's tried to leave. But that's what cult mentality does. But
Well, Nikki said this earlier. She said her and Solar, and she's talking about Velvet at this point, wanted to make a new tribe. Talk about cult mentality.
Right.
Solar took the stand talking about we were going to start something new. Yeah. Trust me. The defense could have souffled the fuck out of these witnesses. Did they?
Yeah, they missed. They missed.
Well, the other thing I think is both the district attorney and the defense, they're messing up on so many different levels. So who knows? Just because we've seen what they've been doing and stuff, we're not the jury. So
exactly, we're not the jury, we're not the judge.
Right. And I think the judge is actually doing a decent job.
The judges had it.
Yeah, well, judges are referees, and they wait until they get fed up, and then when they lay down the hammer, that's always a big issue. I watch a lot of different courts and different things, just to study, how the court system works. And that's why I was saying, the 3 or 4 women that are going to come in there and be as character witness or whatever, again, you're still limited in answering the questions that they ask.
Speculation.
Right.
Lady still right here. Speculation. Lady still hasn't gotten back to me yet about please review that point later. And Lady still, it was at 11:07. So it is 12:35. That was about what?
3 days ago. Oh.
That was an hour and a half ago. Let me look back and see what I can hear an hour and a half ago, Lady still. Hold on.
I think it was.
I'm going to go ahead and roll on back down into the chat. I'm sorry I haven't been in there, but I was doing my morning routine and trying to listen and stuff. So I probably missed some things, but I had to go back and review the ploy to fire his attorney, because like I said, that was kind of a Moorish kind of thing, or, the true Freeman mentality of doing things. So
yeah, that was definitely some sob sit-ish right there.
Right. So, all righty. I'm going to roll on down into the chat.
We appreciate you.
This is a little bit, just a little teensy bit off topic, but in I think it's Lisa Says What, in her chat last night, they were, or her live last night, they were saying that Keys and Flo was the same person, and I said they're 2 different people. They're not the same person. Flo left with vibes, and Keys stayed. Keys was the one that left with the van when he said he was going to the store and he never came back.
He went to get some milk.
He went to milk. But I was, trying to let them know. So for the record, can you guys just kind of speak on that so that they'll know that I'm just not making something up? Because they are, in fact, Keys had the really hairy chest, right?
No, the one that took off in the van in the middle of the night was Pure.
Was who?
Pure.
Pure.
Yes,
Right. That's who it was.
Yeah,
Pure.
remember he had the peanuts hoarded in the van, and he took the camera and he took all kind of stuff, and Eligio came live. They was all sitting in the studio, but it was kind of outside, and he was just he was 38 hot. But Keys and Flo, that's what Keys changed his name to, was Flo.
Oh, okay. So I was wrong. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. But it was Pure. That was the one that I was mixing the 2 up with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I know Flo had the money. He used the $300,000 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And so they were saying that I think he was the one that sent for one of the ladies to come to
Court resumes Thursday. Is what we've been notified as. Thursday, court resumes.
Can we watch that one more again? Can we do that just one more? I just really need to hear him say, "Is this on the record?" I just need to hear that again.
I enjoyed his facial expressions because he was in pure Child, he looked
Panic.
he looked like one of his victims in that moment. And then because I got 3 pages of notes on Velvet's testimony, so.
All right, let me pull it up. Give me one sec. Hold on. We haven't even gotten to Velvet's testimony, but Godmama, I wanted to break off and do that tomorrow because we haven't gotten all of Velvet's testimony.
And see,
So,
those were, and I'm glad you said that and brought that back to me because those were question marks in my notes. Does the prosecution say this first?
yeah, so I want to listen to all of her testimony before I get to dropping all of my notes.
If I got 3 pages on just defense, child,
Right, it's a lot. It's a lot. Okay, so we're going to watch the outburst one more time.
Yes.
Miss Sislo dropped down. We loved having you up here, my love. We're gonna
crayons, you're
watch
still
this.
here. It just, the overlay drops you down, but you're still
Yeah,
here.
yeah. I know.
And you can still be heard. I think actually it took.
Yeah, it took me down, bitch. Where am I? The
Yeah.
fuck? She's talking about it. No,
Ha
I don't need to be here. It's fine as long as we can see the screen. We're good.
Bye. It's me now.
Trial defendant Eligio Nature Boy Bishop is asking the judge to dismiss his attorney, and things are getting heated. If you are new to this case, Bishop is on trial for allegedly raping one of his cult followers and releasing revenge porn. The defense's case is starting today, and the heated arguments started up moments ago. We're going to pick up from there.
Yes. The state's suggestion is that the court made clear that Mr. Bishop has two options under the Sixth Amendment, and he needs to select from one of those two options.
Yes, all right, Mr. Bishop, the options are, 1, you can proceed with Mr. Booker. 2, you can fire Mr. Booker and you can proceed pro se. If you want to do that, we have to have what's called a Ferretti hearing. I need to advise you on the record of all of the dangers in doing so. The COVID issue has been resolved. The attorneys are fine going forward. The jurors are fine going forward. I'm wearing a mask. It's not an issue. So CDC guidelines are changing. Anyway, so that ship has sailed. We are going forward with this trial. We're in the middle of it. If you want to have a different attorney, you don't get to choose a different attorney in the middle of the trial. We don't stop for you to get a new lawyer. You either proceed with Mr. Booker or you proceed by yourself, period. Two choices. Those are the only ones you have.
Is that on record?
Yes, everything is on the record.
Okay, I would like to fire my attorney and find new counsel.
That is not an option. Okay, you're not listening to me, Mr. Bishop. The options are proceed with Mr. Booker or proceed without an attorney. Those are the two options you have at this juncture, period. Nobody in the back can help you. Look at me. I'm talking to you. Two options, proceed with Mr. Booker or proceed pro se and represent yourself, which is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea.
Why is that my only two options?
That's the law, Mr. Bishop, period. That's the law.
So I'm not allowed to seek other counsel?
Not in the middle of trial, no, sir.
Even if I'm not being represented right?
Sir, that's the ruling. Do not argue with me.
Is that on record?
Everything is on record, Mr. Bishop. Everything is on the record. So what do you want to do? You either proceed with Mr. Booker or you proceed without an attorney, but we're not stopping the trial for you to get a new lawyer. That's not how this works.
What about the COVID?
We've already discussed that, sir. You have a mask, I have a mask, we have hand sanitizers, the jurors are fine with it, counsel's fine with it, we are way more than 5 feet away from each other. So you're trying everything you can to not go forward with this trial.
Because I'm not being treated fair.
Okay, you are entitled to your opinion, Mr. Bishop, I'm not gonna argue with you, but we are moving forward with the trial, one way or the other. If you're concerned about COVID and you wanna stay in the back and do not wanna participate in the trial, that is also your right. and we'll try you an extension. That is considered a voluntary absence from court.
Really?
Really?
Because I don't want to be in here and be exposed to COVID.
Then you can sit in the back and we can try the case in your
So
house.
I don't have the right to have any opinion about it.
I don't even understand that question. Those are your choices.
Meaning like make a decision on my behalf.
Okay. Mr. Bishop, this is the last time I'm going to tell you your options, okay? As far as counsel, you either proceed with Mr. Booker or you represent yourself, period. You do not get to stop the trial to hire a new attorney. Number one. Number two, COVID. I've discussed this with counsel. We've mentioned it to the jurors. Everybody is fine with going forward. We have masking in place. We have provided you with a mask. We have hand sanitizer. COVID's been going on for 4 years, folks. We got to figure out how to live with this. We are way more than 5 feet apart, and the CDC guidelines are in the process of changing anyway with respect to the isolation rules. And while they haven't changed yet, they are in the process of changing them to eliminate the isolation requirements and just to require masks. I am wearing a mask. I will wear a mask throughout the entire trial. So that if you're not comfortable with that, and you want to sit in lockup during the course of the trial, that is your right. And that will be considered a voluntary absence from the proceeding.
Will I be able to hear what's going on?
Nope. There's no feed back there. Nope, you wouldn't be able to hear it. So it's up to you.
So
2 choices, sir. Proceed or it's go in the back. That's it.
And this is on record?
Everything, yes. Everything is on record. Everything I'm saying is on the record. So the appellate courts can hear it. If they think I handled it improperly, they'll have their discretion to do whatever they deem appropriate. So you need to decide now what you're doing. Do you want to stay in the courtroom for the remainder of the proceeding, Mr. Bishop, and participate in this trial?
Participate?
Yes. Testify, not testify, be here when witnesses testify.
So whether I'm here or not, this is going to go forward?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Who will be representing me if I fire my lawyer?
You will represent yourself. Those are your
Okay, and if I represent myself and not choose to be in the court, then who will represent?
Nobody. Nobody.
Okay, well, I want to fire my attorney and not be in court.
Okay. All right, so that means if that is the case, you want to fire Mr. Booker and you want to remain in the courtroom. You want to remain in lockup, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that means there will be no, if you fire Mr. Booker, that means no witnesses are going to testify on your behalf. You will be presenting no evidence and we will move right into the closing arguments.
So are you saying that I'm not allowed to defend myself?
That's not what I'm saying at all. You have a right to defend yourself. You have Mr. Booker here, who again is doing an outstanding job on your behalf.
Okay.
I told you your options, so decide what you want to do. Do you want to go talk to your client in the back? Okay, let's take 5 minutes.
If he wants to.
Go talk to.
All right. Well, there you go.
I'm so tickled. I'm probably far more amused by this than I should be.
He was really looking in the back for somebody to come save him.
Like, I'm sorry, who is God? Who's gonna save God? Don't God save people? Who you looking for, sir? Is your other attorney back there? You got Daryl Brooks as standby? What is happening?
The judge is fed the fuck up.
She even told him, nobody back there is gonna help you. I'm talking to you. Look at me. Even the bailiff was like, excuse me, tapping on the table. Over here, sir.
Poor Bishop.
So you're saying I can't defend myself? So you're saying I can't defend myself? Her and his lawyer, but that's not what she said. That's not what I'm saying. Like, you can't, you trying to gaslight the bench? Like, you're really trying to gaslight the court?
Well, as much
Sir?
as he wants to make this a mockery, I am awfully reminded, right? We're awfully reminded of what this is really about. This really, oh yeah, Bishop is a clown. He's a fucking clown. I wouldn't have it any other way, like I said. There's reminders though. There's reminders. I have one.
I watch a lot of serious, heavy, traumatic, disgusting, horrible trials. And even in the worst possible situations, it's okay to find moments of levity. It's okay because we have to maintain that balance. If yes, we know why we're here. We do. And it's serious and it's terrifying and it ruined a lot of lives. But it's still okay for us to find moments of levity in the situation. Like, we shouldn't feel bad for that too. As long as we, like you said, don't forget why we are here.
Just know one day the feds gonna come knocking on y'all door. Because guess what? Y'all had a part of it, and he included y'all in it. Best thing y'all could do is try to clear your name. If you was brainwashed, you brainwashed. Right. I mean, honestly, y'all could talk all y'all want. Just know one day the feds gonna come knocking on y'all door. Because guess what? Y'all had a part of it, and he included y'all in it. Best thing y'all could do is try to clear your name.
And that's what they doing, Pops, for the most part. Trying to clear their name. Because, baby, them feds they gonna come knocking. They gonna come a knocking, child.
He said it. Best thing y'all can do.
Get that shit off your chest and let it go.
And they are. And they have.
Did we ever get the timestamp for that interview, that portion of the interview? I don't think we did.
No, but I figured we could come back with it tomorrow, Godmama, because we don't have court for 2 days or a day. There's a lot of things I kind of want to wade through. But no, we didn't get that timestamp for Tori.
Lots of side quests, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of irrelevant, but relevant, I guess, side quests. So, yeah, we gave you we hit 4 hours today, basically. So hallelujah, shout out to that. Shout out to all of y'all who came through and rocked out with this 4 hours and true Eligio fashion emotional roller coaster day of is he going to represent himself, and he decided no, he's not going to do that. I don't think that little outburst is going to give what he thinks it's going to give when it comes time for appeal, because by law that is up to the judge's discretion.
Do you think that's going to be his only outburst?
No.
No.
Can we take a poll? Can we do a poll? Do you guys have? Can you do that? Do we think he's going to testify on his own behalf?
Child. Put a 1 if we can't do a poll, we'll do numbers. Put a 1 if you think Mr. Bishop is going to take the stand in his own defense. Put a 2 if you think he's smart
He has some
enough.
brains.
He's smart enough to stay over there in that chair. 1 if he's going to testify, 2 if he's not. If he in my opinion, if he does testify, I think it'll be one of those last minute on the whim, gotta fight for it, type of testimonies. I think
I'm
it'll
fighting
be
for
a
my
pure
life.
desperation. Yes.
I'm fighting for my life. Gail, I'm
I
fighting for my
think
life.
this decision affects my whole life. I don't think he knows yet if he's going to testify. That's where I'm at with it. I think that he is still deciding if he needs to go in there and use an air quotes clean all this up.
Right.
You know,
Lull
I
the
think he's
jury.
right. He's gonna wait until everybody else testifies, and then I think he'll decide.
Put his foot in his mouth. You love to
He did
see
that
it.
already. See if we can fit the other one in there.
Oh,
I mean, he
it's
got a big
demon
mouth, so
time. Demon time.
demon time.
You know what I wish they would have played in court, and maybe they did, we just haven't got to see it, but I really wish they would have played In the Rain video. I really wish they would have let the audience just get a little taste. They didn't have to play the whole video, just a little
Was that
taste.
the Atlanta one or was that the Puerto Rico one?
That's the demon time.
That's
Demon
demon
time.
time, where the girls are in the window and
Right.
yeah, they're in Atlanta shortly before he gets arrested.
Right. Well, I always remember that other music video thing that they did with they made their eyes all glowy and they were like had torches and feathers and shit. They were in Puerto Rico. It was
Hold
right
on.
after Zoka Baby.
That's when I said I wanted to do NAB activity, that's the live or not the live, but that's the video I wanted to show Godmama because it just
Oh.
fits so
They were like
well
sitting
with
in the
us.
yard.
Oh, we have it.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Why wouldn't
I don't
you?
know. I can't find it. Here I go.
But I mean, okay,
Oh
if
no,
we're gonna
I
talk
don't know.
about
Send it to
concerts,
her.
remember when they all dressed up as Indians? And he had on
Yeah.
that and they were in that house, and I think it was what, Palenque? And they were just they were doing the, yelping and oh my god, it was a fashion show, that's what it was. The girls put on a fashion show. Ugh, but then, going back listening to all of their testimonies on, them specifically asking them, "Well, aren't there some videos that you guys looked like you're happy?" i.e., the fashion video would be one of those videos and them testifying to, "Well, I wouldn't necessarily say happy. We were just doing as we were told to get by."
Right. Abusive relationships aren't shitty 100% of the time. If they were, it'd be way easier to leave.
Mhm. And that's what the, advocate testified to, that the dynamic of love bombing and, um,
Yep.
it not
It's
being
really
horrible all the time.
it's real easy to forget the bad parts and remember the beautiful parts. If that wasn't true, nobody would have more than one kid.
Right.
It's very easy for your brain to just kind of subsume all the negative parts because that's our words
That's a
survival instinct to
yes, it's a
yeah,
safety mechanism so your body does not OD on adrenaline or whatever
right.
it's on at the moment. So
Right.
yeah.
Right. If we remembered how painful and scary giving birth was, we would never choose to have more than one. Right. And so our brain carries that over into everything. So if abusive relationships have even a little bit of good in them, a little bit of love, a little bit of beauty, a little bit of something to hold on to, that's what your brain instinctually holds on to. So if abusive relationships were abusive 100% of the time, we wouldn't have this going back and forth an average of 7 times before you can get away.
Mhm. Mhm. Absolutely. So I'm interested, hopefully we can get, Velvet's full testimony by tomorrow. Um Oh god.
Yeah, this is the one.
And y'all said that, yeah, that one. And y'all said the detective testimony with the police interview did not go up yet?
Correct.
Okay, okay. All right. That's kind of what I was waiting on.
We are
Me
too.
too.
Yeah, we are too.
I heard that somebody had, I guess, recorded in court, but I don't know if, like, the interview part. Yeah, but I don't know if, like, that's still up or if it sounds like a potato or what. I haven't listened to it. I just heard that it was there.
Gotcha. I know where you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't want to get nobody in trouble, so.
I know. If you know, you know.
Right.
Ooh, baby, I like it raw.
Okay. Not it saying an intro created by, I forgot I named it that. An intro created by a cult leader about a cult leader. This is our outro today, though. If there's anything else y'all want to wrap it up with, speak now.
Aloha. I will see y'all soon. Mwah, bye.
Toodles. See y'all
Peace.
tomorrow.
All right. Our outro for today. Thank you, Shitty Greg. Thank you, Max V. Thank you, Nick at Night. Thank you, Port TV. Thank you to the subscribers. Thank you to the Mod Squad. We will be back.
Thank you. And thank you for the donations for the day. We appreciate them.
We sure do. All right. Peace.
When you even touch my skill, you gotta go to one killer bee and he ain't gonna kill. Oh baby, I like it.